Oh, oh, he's a big girl. Oh, she's such a lover. Oh, what you doing? You want to get comfy? But there be lights. Good morning, everybody. Clementine's being awfully lovey-dovey this morning. Hi, baby. Happy Saturday morning. Did you wake Daddy up at 5:30? Yes, you did. 5:30 on a Saturday. Thank you. Mwah. I know. I love you too. Mwah. Mwah. She's like, that's enough of that. What, big boy? You feel jealous? Why is that tail flopping? Huh? Because you're jealous? You want some lovin's? My big boy. Who's my big boy? Oh my Clementine. You both need a bath. Make sure we're doing okay here online. Okay, here online. All right, that's better. I think we're getting somewhere now. Give me a few minutes. I'm getting teed up, so we'll get started. The fuck? No. Jesus Christ. Fucking headphones keep fucking bouncing around. Fucking Apple, great, you're intelligent, you're doing shit, but it's fucking annoying. Quit it. Give us fucking controls, because your automation and AI suck fucking cock. That's all I'm going to say. Quit trying to fucking automate everything. Give me control. I want control. I don't need you to be in control of how I do my shit. Fuck off. I mean, I own the equipment. I pay the Apple tax because I want it to be fucking extraordinary. And you're extraordinarily fucking me over in the ass. Fucking stop. So I do have control over it. I have to go into my settings of my MacBook and tell it to forget my AirPods, which I'm pretty sure they got connected to my MacBook automatically because they were connected to my phone. So does that mean it's automatically going to put it back onto my MacBook and then automatically start shifting back? Like, I want control, full control of my equipment. You are like, what if I worked in production? Literally, I want to do this in production. I'm using these headphones to get through what I'm doing, and you're going to fuck me over in the middle of a stream. Like, you're going to fucking cause issues constantly. Stop. All right. Enough of that bullshit. Connect to this Mac automatically. No, when last connected to this Mac. Connect to this Mac when last connected to this Mac. It also doesn't make a whole lot of sense, your controls that you do give us. All right. Enough bitching about Apple this morning. And hopefully the controls I just put in place will stop. I mean, that tickled me. The little rage machine. That tickled the rage machine. Don't do that. Good morning, everybody. It's your boy Joseph Sunderman here on this fine Saturday morning. February 6th? 7th. February 7th. That's right. Next Friday is Friday the 13th. So this will be fun. My iPad's dead. That's great. But we're here at the desk. It's early. I've been down here for a few hours. I've just been getting shit done. Say hello to me doogies. Getting ready to take my medicine. All my medicine. In fact, did I bring that medicine? Yeah, I did. I don't mind being changed. Like, what do I have to lose? I don't care if people see or know who and what I am. I do injections. Every week, I pump myself full of testosterone because my body says, fuck you, I'm not making it myself. I think it has something to do with the decades of heavy drug use. So we have controlled substance number 1, testosterone. Every day, I put myself full of buprenorphine because my body isn't great at creating its own endorphins due to my decades of drug use. So yeah, 46 years old, having a high quality of life. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have technology. But I would have this in a different form up my nose. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have any desire for women or any desire to do much of anything. No energy. Like, if you don't have your chemicals in your body controlled, and I've been abusing substances for years, this is the price I'm paying. Now, I'm eating better. I'm doing better. It takes time. But I know if I can do it, you can do it. Trust me. If I can do it, you can do it. One down. Now, I do know, I'm aware that people abuse testosterone. People will abuse Suboxone. If you want to have a higher quality of life, and you want to have your shit together, define what together is. Like, what does having your shit together actually mean? Well, same thing as success. Success, right? How do you define success? I think it depends on the life and experience you want to have on this planet while you're here. For me, success is being able to do what I want to do, go where I want to go, when I want to do it, and having that capability. Like right now, I could go buy a new guitar and a new amp, and I can literally go purchase pretty much anything I want to purchase right now. I can get plane tickets, go pretty much wherever I want to go. I don't have a passport yet. That's coming. But that comes with there's disciplines you have to have. And to be honest with you, this is not hurt. Only because my medicines hasn't really kicked in yet. That's why this hurts. You feel it tearing that muscle open as you squirt the shit in there. Oh yeah. I think I did it here last week. I probably should have done that in the ass. Not bad, not bad. Not too bad. All right. Yeah. Usually take the Suboxone, let it get in my system. Because right now, I haven't taken Suboxone since yesterday. And right now, I'm starting to go through. You start to feel it. Your body starts to go through. Like, I start to feel everything. Without the medication, I will get extremely sick. And it will be ugly for a while and life-threatening to some degree. But I look at it like it's my penicillin. And eventually, it would be great not to have this medication. But based on what doctors are saying and dependency on opioids for so many years, that's not very likely to be the case. And if it does happen, great. There's people that get in accidents and they're told they can't walk again, and then they're walking a year later. So, don't ever give up hope. Never say never. Now I've chemicalized my body. I've been taking my shot on Thursday, so I'm a couple days behind right now. I'm a little scatterbrained. It's time to get back on my game. All right. It is early. So what's everybody doing this weekend? It's too cold for me personally to go out and do it. What's wrong with your nose, baby? Oh. You get your eye boogies. Come here. Aww. Clean up your eye boogies, baby. What's up, baby? Good girl. Yes, we know, Winston, you need to feel love too. You're fine. Let's hit up Darcy. Oh, and I'm definitely throwing my day away because I am going to eat a couple of 50 milligrams right now because it's Saturday. I got plenty of food in the house. Although I don't feel like ordering dinner or cooking dinner. If I do order dinner tonight, I'll cook at home tomorrow. But tomorrow's a Super Bowl. I'd rather order food for Super Bowl. So we'll probably end up doing NYPD tomorrow night. Tonight I'll cook from home. I didn't think that through until now. So that's probably what we'll do. No, this hair. I need to go get this hair weighted down a little bit. It's way too close. You are. right. This is not an annoying thing. Everywhere I look, every picture, every screen has these widgets now. My iPad, my Mac, phone, and the images widget constantly is showing me pictures of my wife and I together. Torture. Torture, torture, torture. Just remind me. It's okay. See, David, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I hope you did it before you hit the see more. That was my intent. Like, I purposely did it to say, hey, do it. Don't think about it, just do it. And then people would hit the read more, and then they would read the thing and yada, yada. And I hope it makes sense. This isn't about who's better than who, or as if it's some kind of competition. This is more about, do you understand your perspective and how it affects your external surroundings? And David, you've always been a quiet person. And a lot of it is due to how we're brought up. So it's just crazy is all. And I'm talking to you as if you're listening to this. People may not be watching and listening. I can reply to you on the comment. But bottom line is the idea here is to get people to see that your natural instinct will tell you about how you deal with trauma and a lot of other things. And I'm no psychology major. I'm no doctor. I'm just somebody that's been through a lot of fucked up shit. You know, Out of all my friends, David gets it. When you come from the mud, it will make you want better for yourself and your kids. David didn't have kids up until recently, and now he even gets it even more. We've been through some shit. David, you've been through some shit. We're from the same tribe. Let's put it that way. And we're going to run into, and here's the big thing, David. We're going to run into people from back in the day that were not part of our tribe, that are lost today because of the falsehoods and the way they perceived the world before. And the ones that would pick on us and fight with us are the ones that need us the most today. Do you remember when you and I walked up to the square and the tensions that were going on between you got I had nothing to do with the gang rivals. I had my own gang, the Smoke Dogs. But do you remember just crazy shit, man. I think I was tripping my balls off that night too. I remember walking on and looking at a tree and seeing it completely come to life, which I don't even want to get into right now. People think I'm fucking psycho. If they don't think that already. So bright. Hold on, let me turn this shit down. My screens are bright, making me look super bright. And I need to drop. Now. Is that too much? I think this will do. It's pretty fucking low, but my white ass skin. Yeah, I can't wait for the weather. Hawaii in May. Hawaii in May. That's all you gotta say to yourself. Hawaii in May, Joseph. Talk about a reset. Mm. 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 Jesus. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Yeah, and that camera is way too dark. I think the issue, what I need to do is bring that back up. How's that look? Does that look okay? Lower my screen brightness down. I mean, if you think about it, like, check this shit out. Set this over here for a second. This is my monitor. Look how big this thing is. And when you have it pulled up, let me close this crap. Because this is just me checking out on Facebook. But see how bright that is? Look at that. So when that's right there. So if I turn this brightness back up on my monitor, that's full brightness. We're going to bring that brightness right down to where I can see it just fine. And it shouldn't be blowing me up. Now my lighting should be better. This side of the face is shadow. I mean, I have a key light right over here. I don't know if I can even show that to you easily. Whoop. So you see I have this light over here. This is the side that has a shadow. But if you look over on this side over, you got this big ass light up here, which is a little bit brighter than that light to give me more of a... Anyway, I'm just trying to show you guys there's some actual thought put into making this look legit. You don't need to see the key lights. You don't need to see my big ass monitor. Look at that brightness on my hand. From this screen down here, not much. But if I brought the Facebook down here, now you can see it hitting my hand. Like, that's the white screen. And if you want to learn something, you want to know why we're pushing everything to dark backgrounds, the energy that we have emanating, whatever that word is, illuminating from the screen, that energy. It takes a lot of energy for something to be that bright. Now, if we shift to a page that has a dark mode, this is my Teams, and I have it in dark mode. If it was bright mode, it'd be just as bright as the browser was. And you can see my hand, my palm. That screen is lit up, but where's that energy coming from? Like, it's gone. So that's why we want dark screens, because that's less power for your machine to have to make that brightness. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but think about all the screens around the world being on full brightness for a minute. How much energy that would take for every screen to be at full brightness. And then if we could still see the information and cut that brightness down dramatically all at the same time, think of the power redundancy or the power reduction. Still see the same information. Should still be just as contrasted. Should be able to see it just as clear. The letters are white now. The background is black. And that's because just a slight modification psychologically to save all that power. This world is a crazy playground. It's cause and effect everywhere you look. Learn the rules of life and use them to get where you want to go. Now, if I could just focus my conversations and have my shit set where I want to go, we'd be so much better off. But So we're going to put some time into Plummet today. Okay, baby. Create a new group. Call it Plum 8. Okay, so Plummet's going to be similar to Creative Tech and Navicore. We're going to build, think of it as a collective. I've invested into this studio so I can, make amazing content for my clients and things of that nature. But I'm also very passionate personally. My music, and sexually, like Plummet is going to be a woman empowerment and help women find their voice. You have to be surprised how many women don't even have a voice sexually or don't even know themselves sexually. When I was in the dating scene last time, and even when my wife and I, we dated women, and you'd be surprised how lost some people can be, and how much a great experience can change their life. A positive experience. A lot of people hold themselves back from enjoying this experience we were living, and that's a pain point that nobody should feel ashamed or scared to be themselves. They should be able to express themselves and feel confident doing so, not feel wrong. They need to find their tribe, if you will. So we want to help women find their tribe, professionally, sexually, in other areas. Now, I say women because that's who I work with sexually. I don't mind working with guys and workshops, things of that nature. I'm not going to be doing boudoir shots for men. It's just not something that I have an eye for, something I would be good at. It's not something I would prefer. I don't know. Some people are going to look at me and say, well, yeah, I'm sure I have all kinds of problems. I'm trying to do my best and educate myself and deal with my past traumas. You don't know my story. You don't know why I do or say the things I do. And that's the problem with most people. They judge and assume. That's what happens with the women that I'm speaking of. This is one of the barriers for them. Anyway, I had somebody that's professional told me, because I went online to post about my boudoir shoots when I first started them a couple years ago. Well, I wouldn't post that online if I was you. I mean, it's going to hurt your other businesses. And I'm aware of that. I am. I'm aware that if somebody wants to do business with me, they're going to look me up. And if they see that side of me, that could have a negative take. But I'm not talking hustler here. It's for the person that told me that, they must not have a great. Yeah, most people aren't confident or have a good grasp on who they are, so therefore it's scary. Anyway, when you go see my work that I do and see how tasteful it is, even for, some of the scene can be pretty raunchy. And yeah, we're not trying to make a statement. We're trying to help somebody come out of their shell and learn what truly affects their body mentally and physically. Anyway, Plummet. Plum 8 is the name of the environment. Blossom will be the program. We're going to do a shoot. We're going to have stages. And just like a butterfly will get into its cocoon and come alive, we were looking at it different ways. And to me, it's more about growing. So I think we're going to go with the seed, the sprout, and then the bloom. Like these are some of the back ends of the marketing concepts that I have. And I already fucked up once because I said plummet will be great. Plum 8, we're going to do a play on words. And I went to go look online and plum8.com was available. And because I searched for it and had an interest in it and did a bunch of browsing around with it, the next day when I went to go actually purchase it, it went from, $30 for 2 years to own that domain, plummet.com. Now it's $3,500. And I'm like, lesson learned there, Sunderman. You should have pulled that trigger quickly. But we have plummet.me, plummet.sex. We have plummet.ai, I think. We have a bunch of different plummets. And we are going to create a plummet AI. That's why we have plummet.ai. When you go to plummet.ai, you'll go to an AI that you can talk to for free. But if you want to get into the actual course materials and be guided, well, we're not going to rely on AI for that. First of all, the AI will be a tool to help you in that process. You'll get advanced features and blah 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 blah. So, first things first. Alright. I have a problem with how you're trying to display the English language reading of those two words. What the fuck? What did we do now? Corbin sure has a lot to say. That being said, where did you get that? Sounds like something from the art of the deal. I could totally see how someone like that could conflict influence and manipulation to be the same thing. Aww, you care. Yeah, I'm not even. Anyway. Well, hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good to
Awesome.
see you.
Yeah, it's been a while.
All right.
Yeah. So, how's Darcy on this fine Saturday freezing morning?
Well, I'm fine. I'm just chilling. Happy to be home in the warm, like you said. I
Well,
don't have the kids. I'm like not really ready to do much of anything.
are you getting an echo at all?
I'm not.
Okay, good. Means I can take off my headphones. All right. Yeah. So, awesome. Um, I did schedule this until I think 1 or something. I made it 2 hours. I know I'm a little late getting in here, but I don't have a hard stop or anything. But I figured, I'd put us in here for a little bit. I'm recording this just so you're aware.
Okay. Yep.
Using AI in the background to capture the conversation. With us being on Teams, it knows when you talk, it knows when I talk. It can give us a clean transcript. Your email that you sent gave a good foundation for where you are mentally and what you're doing, where you're going. Um, you know, just looking back at the experience so far, we met on FET where
Yep.
we chatted. I'm going through a rough time during my marriage. I'm getting divorced currently, and this was basically me reaching out to do just to get off some sexual steam because, like, I love women, I love sex, I love everything around it. It's a great way for me to work with somebody that's also looking for an outlet, and for us not to overstep boundaries. Blah 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 blah. This is actually something I
Yep.
want to do professionally, as you're aware, and I think that's
Right.
why we kind of clicked. We're both middle aged in our careers and wanting some excitement. And I know I'm doing well, and it sounds like you're doing okay. So we can, you know, put effort, time, money, and energy into something that we both are passionate about. And I want to do this in a way that we both can grow our own, because I look at everybody as we all have our own individual personal brand. And then we
Right.
have the brands that
Exactly.
we associate with.
Mhm.
And your brand, which I'm still learning about, you come from
Yep.
a big corporate background. We're not going to use that name. I could see it because I know I've talked to a couple people like, oh yeah, I got this Plum 8 idea, and I got this girl that works with. I'd state the name, and looking back in hindsight, like, yeah, that sounds cool and all. It gives credibility to who I'm working with, but do we really want to risk because of
No.
how nuanced things are in the world,
Mhm.
how that could be risky, right? So I need to pull that. As you can tell, I'm already reining that back in.
Yeah.
And another
I
thing,
can be branded as a corporate VP, risk manager, a lot of things, but where I work and what industry I'm in, that's going to be separate.
and that's the clear boundaries we're drawing as we speak.
Hmm. Exactly.
So one of those things, I want to keep your trust. On Twitch and on YouTube, I do a personal stream. I like to stream calls like this on those streams, but they're not. There's no views. There's nobody watching them. It's just in the background. It's me documenting what I do. I look at
Hmm.
this call right here that we're having. You're not on screen right now, but I am recording this also on a stream somewhere else. I'm being real with you. That is so that way I can go back and capture these calls. If it's a success, early on when we were talking, I would be able to grab this call. It's out there privately, and then on my Facebook, I believe this stream right now is on Facebook as well. Only my select friends can see this stream if they decide to, and I can see when people are on here. And if I go look at that screen, yeah, I have 0 views on YouTube and Facebook right now, so nobody's watching. If that makes
Yeah.
you uncomfortable, I can mute while you're on here, but I do want to be able to document me talking and working with others while I'm doing this. So
Sure.
before we move any further, I'm disclosing that because that's part of my brand. I want people to know
Right.
that. Oh yeah, I know he's streaming while I'm talking to him. I trust Joseph. I know that he cares about his reputation. He's doing what he needs to do. So if that does make you uncomfortable, just please say so, and I will mute the I'll mute you to where you can't be heard at all. Like right now, my mic might be picking you up somewhat. It might be garbled a little bit, but if that makes you uncomfortable, I can mute you.
The conversation itself doesn't bother me. Anything that points to who I am, that like we would want to mute that out.
So far, right now, you're just Darcy.
Yeah.
A corporate VP named Darcy. If somebody wants to take that and go try to figure it out, have fun. And that's where I want to keep it. That's as far as and I think this will help you as well if we get to a point to where we feel like, hey, we're certified. We found a clean image that even maybe a corporate would have us come in because of the work we're doing. But early on, it's too risky to bring any of that. So that's what I'm trying to say is, I want to be transparent, let you know where we're at, and once we're there, then we can get innovative. We can really dive in because we feel confident because the boundaries are set and we feel safe in those boundaries. Mm-hmm. If you ever feel unsafe, please feel free to say something. All right.
Yeah.
Now, with that being said, this is fucking exciting.
It's very exciting.
I mean, you've seen the studio space. It's a work in progress, obviously. And even now, if I wanted to go do a shoot this weekend, like they have it completely. Well, last week it was completely torn up. They should have it put back together. They're making improvements on it. They have 2 parties and 2 events this weekend. Mm-hmm. So I created the app where we have a app where we can select, like I can see the open weekends and the open nights, and I can go in there and book whatever shoot I want to. That's a privilege that we have. We don't want to lose that privilege. So the more professional this looks, the better. Now, we have a killer studio. Killer lights, killer equipment, all the technology we could ever want. So we have things in place. Where do we start? Did you see the email I sent you where it had the agenda on there for us to go over?
I do. I have you on split screen so I can see that as well as you. Beautiful.
So, just using AI, I took your email. I've created an AI for us that understands where we're at, what we're doing, and where we're headed.
Yeah.
So we have that tool. I have a dog whining that wants to go outside. So I'm probably going to have to break for a second, go let them out and use the restroom and take a quick minute. But, we're going to go over the shared vision and intent for... I want this to be an experience. I want people to... I want it to be a community, a tribe, if you will. That's how everything I do is. Everything's a tribe. I want this to be a tribe. I want this to... So it can't just be like a one-time experience and then you're done. We want this to be something that people believe in and advocate for, because it's more about a movement, if you will, a sex positive. Yeah. So going over our roles and boundaries and the scope of our collaboration, figuring out what that initial package is, that experience that we're going to give to people, because I don't think we're going to have a full workshop and all this stuff. I think we're going to work with individuals at first. And if we get enough people to where we can do group settings, that's going to be powerful. And I also don't think we should be, for me, this is female focused for me, like personally, I could see this being very powerful for men as well. And I'm sure there's a lot of men out there that feel, just as lost as some women do. So let me go let these dogs out. We're going to talk over these points, and the stage is set. I have a page set up for us to document all this in. We have a shared folder that we can keep everything in, and we need to come up with an agreement with, because all this data that we're generating stuff, I own the data and the environment that it's in. We need to give you some ownership somehow, so that way you feel like we need to understand what your ownership of this is going to be, because I can already tell you're going to be putting effort towards this, and this isn't going to be a 100% Joe thing, which I don't want it to be.
100%. Yeah, we need to talk about that for sure.
Absolutely. So let me go let these dogs out.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'll be back in just a minute. Listen, you guys outside, bud. Okay.
I'm here, but my coffee maker ran out of water.
No, do your thing. All right.
Go ahead.
Give me just a second here. That Savannah girl I was telling you about.
What happened to her?
Well, she doesn't think this will be a fit for her. And I said, that's fine, no worries. And then when we talked, earlier today, I was talking to her. And I said, hey, I know the plummet wasn't really a fit. Is there another area that you're wanting to talk about? She's like, well, I need to get a client. She's like, if that's what I'm looking for. I'm like, well, that's why I was wanting to bring on a plummet so you can see how we do things. Because if she has a system, a way for her to market her clients, let me know what that is, and I'll keep an eye out. And if we need some of that stuff, I'll come to you because we are going to need it. And she was like, "Oh, I thought you wanted me to be like a part of it." I was like, "Well, you can do that. Like, I like working with people, and I can clearly define,
Right.
being able to articulate exactly what we're doing in a way that makes sure everybody's happy." So, I mean, if she was here, she would be contributing to the idea, but she'd also be learning how, like the site that I have. And I kind of want to show that to you too. I want you to see how I'm going to manage this thing. Because if you learn how it's being managed, you don't need me all the time. We're both part of a system. We know the system. We'll cross paths from time to time, but we're building something big. We should be getting other people in the system. Other people should be part of this. We should have moderators and how do you do all that? Well, you have to have systems. So we have what we call an intranet site. I'm sure you're familiar with those.
Yeah.
I do this for small businesses. You'd be surprised how large corporations don't have an administrative layer to keep governance. I should quit drinking these carbonated drinks.
But it's interesting you say that because I actually manage a SaaS application at my job. So I manage all the access, I manage all the configurations, reporting, data integrity, all the things. So I don't know the back end of how that app's configured for me to be able to configure my work piece, but I definitely know
Process.
how to run an app. Yeah.
You understand the flow.
Yes.
You don't know. You don't understand the triggers and how things.
Yeah. The coding and stuff on the back end, that's not me. But if you want me to build a workflow or you want me to build processes or conditionality, I can do that.
That's a huge strength, and that's what we need. That's what we're looking for. So, yeah. Let me give me 1 second here.
That's in my recliner.
All right. So, after I told her that, we're building something, if she sees how we're building it, that might even help her with her current client. Like there's so much pros there. So she may jump on. I don't know. She says she has an appointment at 12:30. I said, just if you decide you want to jump on, just give me your email. I'll bring you in. Now we're all aligned.
What is her coaching or expertise in?
Oh, what was it that I had it pulled up. Let me find it real quick and I'll share it with you. I was just there the other day. So it's got to be in my history, right? Oh, now I don't. Yeah, I can't find it. It was like One Life or so. Like, she's like a life coach. She
life coach.
Like she does some kind of coaching, which is basically what we're talking about here to some degree. And yeah, she does marketing on the side for some doctor's office, and I can tell she's really involved. Like that's pretty much her job. And she wants more clients. So anyway, I just saw somebody that met similar, like I'm still on FET and I'm only, again, I'm divorced. I'm just looking for women to, shoot pictures with and blow off steam and have a good time. Like I'm not looking for any, I got my son full time. I got my businesses. I'm not looking for full-time engagement. So, yeah. So as I continue that, Plummet will become that's basically me marketing when I go out on FET, when I go out on these dating apps and things of that nature. That's how I look at it. Probably not the healthiest way. We probably should be doing it much differently. But at this stage, what I'm trying to do is just build a portfolio, right? Yeah. Your images helped with that portfolio. So, I want to get women that are, younger, older, small, huge. I want women everywhere in between that we can help mentally feel better and stronger. So let's start with the first shared vision intent for Plummet experience. Outside of photo shoots and having a workshop where we sit around and have some kind of flow or process to walk them through with an end result, like what do you see it being like?
Well, for me on the coaching side, there's so many avenues, so much direction that this can take. It can be individuals, it can be couples, it can be same-sex couples, it can be a whole lot of things. And my goal is similar to yours in reducing shame around sexuality. right? That's the root of this, is empowering people to say whatever societal norms have been pounded into your head as part of your upbringing, as part of whatever. We are all humans by nature that are should be embodied, empowered to embrace that, not hide it, right? So my coaching will teach that. I just spent 10 hours on reducing shame. Like part of those workshop or coaching sessions, which we haven't outlined agendas or things in depth, would be part of that, right? It would be sort of an evolutionary product offering of let's exploratory, let's find a baseline of where you're at with how you feel about your body, how you feel about your sexuality, how you feel about comfort with another partner, right? Those are the things that will empower you to make you want to do a photo shoot, make you feel like you are embracing fully, right, who you are as a sexual being, and that you're allowed to do that, right? Not everybody feels that way. And so I see so many people in the world who are so restricted in their thinking and in their confidence. And so that's my goal, right? Is I don't know where it came from for me, but for me, clearly, based on how we met, I don't have those issues, right? And so for me, I want to transform that to people. I think you feel the same way. Like there shouldn't be anything about this that is something that should be hidden, right? This is part of human nature. We were given body parts that we should explore and embrace, and so I don't know. That's the vision for me, right? Is making people feel that way.
Feeling safe enough to explore themselves and to also, so everything I do is about identity. And for me, identity has everything to do with your internal and external experience. For a business, for a brand in general, for a person, for a tribe, there is that essence, right? And just like I'm trying to, there's this one guy that I really like watching his stuff. He's really grounded, and he's talks about being the mature mindset, and when we talk about where someone is, blossom is part of the concept, because I want women to blossom into their true, like that confident, desired state of themselves, whatever that looks like for them based off their experiences. But regardless of who you are, there's different stages. When we're kids, we're taken care of, but then at some point we become independent. And we're like, hey, I got this, leave me alone. And then you want to help everybody because it makes you look good. And then when you become a man is when you realize you take care of others, because in turn that'll take care of you. Like there's phases you go through in life for maturity. And I want us to have a routed way where blossoming is where you're hitting that peak maturity level in your sexuality. And when you're rooted, or I was going to say sprout, but it makes me think of kids too much, and I don't want this to have anything to do with kids.
No, I like blossom.
But as far as the seed or the sprout or the beginning, we're going to stick with the roots. Anyway, somewhere in that idea, something to do with from the root all the way to the blossom. Like, where are you on your maturity level? And we want to take them, meet them where they are. We might have somebody that thinks they know everything, and they're just here because they want to be part of the group. Maybe they thought they knew everything, but them truly themselves were holding back, and they're really down here in their maturity level for themselves. Like, let's cut away all the bullshit of who you think you are. Let's find out truly who you are. Type of thing. Yeah.
There has to be a almost an assessment of that baseline.
Correct.
As a starting point for the client.
And
right?
we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I'm sure a lot of this work is already done.
Yeah.
What we need to do is think about, like I said, identity is the internal and external experience, understanding. And every individual is going to be different. Our tribe that we start to create is going to be immature, and it's in what it's trying to do with maturity. We will mature as we get better at this. We're going to learn what works, what doesn't work. And the more we can connect with others that are in this space, the more we can align to where the zeitgeist of it all is, if that makes sense. So, if we were to lock this down, we have a shared vision that's about self-awareness, and it's going to be an experience.
Mm-hmm.
What in our current meeting us where we are today, we have a studio space, we have some gear, and we have the capability of, like, tell me about the shoot. I mean, I'm very dog. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got a very whiny dog right now who I just went up and let out. And they came back in. Now they're back up here whining, and I'm just about to. Yeah, she's behaving. She's all like, "What, me? What do I got to do?" No, you're fine. You stay. Winston, come here. What are you doing? Get up there. Get up there. You were just outside. Stay. All right. Sorry, it was too distracting with his constant whining. I don't know if you could hear it, but it was killing me. So, yeah, meeting us where we are, it's an experience, and I want to know how your experience with me being a sloppy hot mess, not having a clue as to what I'm doing as far as boudoir shoots. You were my third shoot I've ever done.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it was super fun. I mean, like we said when we did it, there was that line, and we had fun with it. That's not going to happen in the professional setting.
No, and I think it should be an experience, but I think there should be playfulness. I think we want to bring that rawness out of a woman, but we need to do it without, with little to no touch at all, right?
Right.
So how do we, yeah. But the images is where I was going more than anything. Did the images empower you at all?
Oh, 100%. 100%. They were super fun. Like I told you, I didn't know my butt looked that way. It's like, wow, it's surprising to see yourself in a different light, to see, you get so, you see so many images in the world, right? That are filtered, not filtered, skinny people, not skinny people, to see yourself in a professional picture, right? Like that is for me, super fun, super exciting, super empowering, gives you a lot of confidence, right? I mean, what we don't want to have is that client pick themselves apart, right? Because I could sit and look at those images and say, oh God, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Right. And there are some of the images that feel that way. And so we should probably go through some of those just as a learning experience of.
Well, I think absolutely. Like let's do a stripped down shoot of no makeup, no attempt at anything. Let's just see you raw. Like I think maybe that's what we do. Let's do a shoot where we like pre-shoot. We get you just wearing like a t-shirt and a pair of shorts or something simple, and we just take pictures of you, blah. And we take we actually like maybe just in your underwear, because what we want to do is take pictures of your body and the way you see yourself in the mirror every day. And what we want you to, and we want to have the people point out to us the areas, like really look at yourself in the mirror with somebody else. That's a hard thing to do, to trust somebody that they're not going to shame or judge you, to see the parts of your body that aren't all held together well, the not so good angles.
Now, these leggings don't, they help a little bit, when these leggings are off, it looks a little different, So yeah, you put somebody in that vulnerable position, right?
And to be real with themselves. Correct. Like, let's be real. Yeah, everybody's a human. We are animals. To our basic core, we are just another being on this planet. So that's the misconception. People were raised to believe in these myths and whatever. Like, scrap everything you think you know. Let's sit down and look at yourself and pick it apart and find out where the mental constraints really are. Because what we might think somebody thinks about themselves, like the way we look at them and judge them, is going to be completely different than the way they do it. Like, we need to hear their inner voice.
Scrapping yourself. I don't even know if it's scrapping yourself as much as it is understanding where your background and your history and your upbringing impact your judgment of yourself and breaking that down. Right? Because I was raised Catholic, right? Like in no way, shape, or form should I be having this conversation, right? But,
based off your religion, absolutely. Yeah. Right. This would be a sin. This would be a major sin. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So me being able to separate what was instilled in me and redefining who I want to be is the growth.
Well, maybe you want to be religious. You know, maybe that's part of it. Do we want to turn religious people away? I don't. I'm very objective. I'm not religious, and I don't want, as spiritual as I think this can be, I don't want it tied to any one religion.
I don't want it tied to religion at all. But I know religion will come up.
Well, so won't race and creed and all these other things, but the reason why it comes up is to remind everybody that they don't matter. You know, in fact, yeah. I think we don't we're not even, our writings will be very objective, and it will leave out any identifiers that are common beliefs amongst the people. We are going to stay objective towards first of all, we have to know your internal voice and your external voice. We have to understand your true internal voice and the way to frame that, because a lot of it's framing. The way someone frames themselves or thinks about themselves. And we can't think that everybody coming in here is going to... What if we have somebody that's healthy coming into this and they want an experience? It can't just be about upload. It's about the experience of just coming in and being empowered. And we're able...
Start that baseline.
Correct. And so, starting off, we know the big picture here is to have workshops and to have memberships and to have a beautiful office space where we have, where we can bring people in and sit down, go over their images, have a workshop, help them with their internal framing and the way they frame it externally and post and do things outward. Have you ever shared any of those images that you had?
I have.
Yeah, and any feedback from them?
It's always mixed, right? Like, I've shared them with women, and some women are like, "Oh my gosh, that would be so fun," and other women are like, "Oh my gosh, how I could never do that." Right? That's telling you their baseline right there.
Well, that's telling you that there's what I say is their it tells you where they are. But is that a these are terms that we're going to have to define, like baseline. What is the baseline in the world of plummet? And we're looking at XP. I put XP for experience because I was just trying to keep it short, but then I started thinking, well, people are going to think this is like me trying to... At first it was going to be plummet collective, but then I'm like, okay, like if people see me doing something like this, they're going to think I'm just trying to collect trophies or something. I'm collecting women. I can't use collective. That sounds too... just because and that could be me and my beliefs causing harm to the right name. Because I do believe it's about a tribe or a collective, but... or a hive, if you will. The plummet hive. That actually has a ring to it. I don't know. But anyway, these are the things like words matter. That's why I like blossom, because, when you hear blossom...
You can play on garden. I mean, you can play on garden, right? Like, everyone's a blossom, right? And when you pull... There's a lot of ways we could run with this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I like the garden idea, too, because then, you even have your rabbits that'll come in there and start fucking with shit. Like, there's a lot that can go. You need a healthy fence around your garden to keep the rabbits out, right? That could go around boundaries. So absolutely.
Or
And
bouquet, right? Or bouquet. Like we could go with a collective bouquet, right? Like there's a lot of ways you can take that flower and build it into something bigger.
and you know, is that wrong of me to want a whole bouquet of women, to be, like my fantasies, my sexual wants and desires, like I have to be cognizant of them driving things for this. I have to think about everybody.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's hard to. It's such a personal thing. It's not something you talk around the dinner table with.
100%. Everybody has their own. One of the interesting things I was in my coaching certification that they were talking about is just because you have a fantasy, or like say you're in a relationship with another person, just because you have a fantasy and that's shared doesn't necessarily mean that other person is obligated to fulfill that fantasy.
Oh no.
Having a fantasy, right? Having a fantasy and what you produce out of that fantasy or do with that is completely separate, right? You can have desires and fantasies and wants and things that you never act on, or some that you do. It's all about, it comes down to the communication, right? And the relationship you want to have with that partner, that client, whatever that relationship is, right? So that's where you draw the line. Is you can still feel that way. You're entitled. You should, right? This
Absolutely.
is where my coaching comes in. This is where that's where you can have both.
Yeah, and that gets into your sexual maturity. Do you understand these frameworks? Do you understand people's personal needs versus, it all comes down to what you can control, what you can't control, to me. Yeah. So, having a fun place to go that's about, to me, it's about women. I guess if we think about the vision, the shared vision, is this, to me, it's focused on women, empowering women. How can a guy have the audacity to think that he's going to be the one to empower women? So, what is that line? Plummet experience is for who? Everyone? Is it for women, or is it for everyone? Or do we have a woman's side? Do we have a man's side? And do we have a neutral side? Because of today's times.
I think piloting and the base and the start is women, but I don't think I would personally not want to limit it, right? Because then you also get into the definition of what defines who's a woman.
Well,
right?
I think I'm missing the mark so hard. What we need to do is have a feminine side and a masculine side.
Mm-hmm.
That'll fix a lot of the barriers right there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back. I gotta let my dog out.
Okay.
I was letting them run free on the second and third floor. Oh, and then Clementine barks at the TV every time she sees a dog. So I don't know if you can hear her up there, but she's tearing into that TV right now, letting it know who's boss. That dog will never mess with us again. All right. So, yes, I think right now, meeting us where we are, the goal is to have a beautiful garden with beautiful walls around it, where you can go to the feminine section where we have it all laid out. We have the masculine section where it's all, like very masculine. We have this neutral space that's very neutral. We have this one weird little area that has weird bugs and critters and weird shit, and they wear leather these are the freaks over here. Over here's where it's very vanilla, because there's a place for, this is a beautiful garden full of, it's got a place for everybody. So we can have a virtual space that's really warm and inviting, or, depending on what you're into, dark and, degrading or what. Mm-hmm. We just need to be able to make that ebb and flow.
Yeah, it has to be inclusive, expansive, exploratory, right? You have to be able to give people that option to grow in the direction they choose.
So, voyeurism, you know, what the initial experience is like. What if we gave somebody an experience where they could come in? Part of it is education, knowing all the different areas of the garden before you go picking a place to go set up a picnic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like let's take somebody through the garden. Let's make sure they understand the different areas and where different parts of it live. Me, I'm somebody that likes to be all like I love all of the garden. I want to go a little bit everywhere. Um, you know, and again, it's about finding. There's a cool book that my friend Ash told me about. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. It's better to find it on my phone. And it talks about the masculine and feminine maturity levels. There's 4 planes. I can't remember the name of the damn book right off the top of my head. It's The Inner Marriage. Polarity work. You ever heard of
I was waiting for you to see if you were going to say polarity because that's what you're describing.
Yes.
There's a polarity. There's an innate polarity between the masculine and the feminine.
The yin
right?
and yang, if
that
you will.
line.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But even within that, those lines can be very blurry.
And the actual yin yang, how it has the equal eyes with the equal in the middle, that could warp and distort for everybody. Like everybody has a DNA that makes up their own. And every situation, you will be able to tell that polarity based off, is this their mature feminine showing up or their immature feminine or masculine or wherever it falls on the plane, right? In that book, I never actually downloaded the documents and stuff. I don't have it's an audio book, but the book comes with a map that you can lay out and it shows you all the layout. Like I've never actually looked at the attachment, but I could vision it. That's the thing is a lot of people need something to see to get the visual. I'm somebody that can see big picture. So yeah, I think what we do is we work off of the polarities to help. I think that's a good framework for us to base our assessments off of. And what we want is a scorecard, someone to fill out a scorecard to say, hey, take them through the experience. Here's the garden. Here's some questions on the garden. When we went through this part of the garden, when we took a stroll through the garden, how'd you feel when we went around this part? If you were stuck in this part of the thing and had no way to get out, like how would that make you feel? Oh, I'd be in heaven, or oh my God, I just want to kill myself. Like we'll find the right ways to ask the right questions to give us what we call our baseline.
It's almost a customized product offering, right? Depending on where their garden interests are, right?
Yeah, we can base a lot of this work that the workshops and stuff are going to be on the shoot itself, the experience of the shoot itself, the session we host, like the pre-session will be just like this, a Teams call with the individual. The garden could be a bunch of pictures we show them and take them through and ask them questions before we do the shoot. And with that pre-shoot, what we do is we're setting up to know, because, if we go to the studio and I show you, like I only showed you, like, it's as big as this room. Props. I mean, you should see this dentist chair from like 1890. This thing gives me the creeps when I just think about it. And I know some Manson freaks would be like, yes, that's sexy. It's like, okay, let's get you some hot pictures with this crazy ass dentist chair. And, we'll get some rustic props and stuff in here. We can have somebody dressed as a, your imagination go crazy. Once we know somebody, we know them internally enough to know what kind of external imagery that we're going to provide for them to help them on their journey.
Mm-hmm.
So this is focused on women. It's focused on the sessions before and after is where you'll get to do most of your work and help us get the scorecards right, to help us get the big picture of the whole thing right. So as we do shoots with women, what we're learning and what we're setting up is a way to not only give a woman some pictures where she's, oh my God, I didn't know I looked like that, which is a typical boudoir experience. You can get those in. Yeah. My wife proposed to me by having one of those shoots done. And like, that's very powerful. It's making me want to drop my no contact rule.
We were talking about the experience of me sharing my pictures with women versus sharing pictures with men. Right? The male reaction is typically like, holy shit, I didn't see you as being that sex positive. Right? Like, I present very conservatively, but...
Oh, yeah, but when they see those, they're like, damn, you're a badass. And how does that make you feel?
Oh, it's awesome.
Empowering as fuck. You have to fucking feel beyond power.
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. But it's also fun.
That's the testament on the website. It's amazing. It's amazing. No. But that's what we're looking for. We need those experiences.
There's a level of control I have in what I choose to share, right? The minute I share with a man, I've done this, and I share maybe a behind the feather picture versus blindfold handcuffs, right? Like, I share to that extent with everyone because I know I have the control to say, if I go there.
Oh, absolutely. And you don't want to, and that's another part of this is that we will make this, we're not hustler, we're Playboy. Remember that. But even in Playboy, the shoots, like if you look at Drew Barrymore's shoot, I always bring that up because when I was a teen, this is what made me fall in love with Miss Drew Barrymore. And I actually went on eBay and found.
She's a girl, huh?
Well, she's something. But have you ever seen her in Playboy?
I think I don't know that I've seen the pictures inside, but I think I knew she did it.
So, here I am, 14 years old, and just like blown away by this woman. This thing still has the original like cologne samples and shit in it.
It's probably Drapar.
We got The Essence of a Man, Active the Brute. And I know she's in here. Where are you at, baby? Well, she should be the center pole.
I'm surprised you don't have it Post-it noted.
This is like brand new off the shelf in the store. I have it in a damn sleeve for Christ's sakes. So yeah, they introduce her, right? She's not naked yet.
Yeah.
She's got some clothes on. Typical sharing with somebody, like maybe even on Facebook, right? Go on with your bad self, bro. Post it wherever you want. But then, she starts to strip tease, and now it comes down more and more, and then she lets it all out. So my bottom line is, like, we want a diverse range of photos that we're going to give them. Are they vanilla? Are they, BDSM or whatever flavor? We want to be able to accommodate that and bring your true power out. Like, that's what it's about, is what is... what I was trying to get out of you was that game face, as, some would call it maybe. But, that we're this is business right now. That face.
Yeah.
To get that out of them. Maybe something hustler-esque is going on, but they're, taking it to a playful place, to a serious place. It's an experience. And that's what we want to be able to show, and they, too, would have that control that you're speaking of.
Mm-hmm. And I think one of the questions within, that exploratory initial conversation is, why do you want to do this in the first place?
Oh, absolutely. Big one right there.
Is this is because that's going to drive a lot, right? Is this because you want to gift to your husband? Is this because I want to feel better about myself? Is this I lost a bunch of weight and I feel more empowered now? Like there's a whole lot of different reasons that would prompt somebody to want to do this.
And
I think that's going to tell a lot.
I think they should do this every 3 years.
Yeah.
I think they should get on a schedule. That way they have it could tell a story over time. That's how we can keep them in the loop, is, get your updated shoot every so often or something. But bottom line is I don't want to just help somebody with a shoot and then they're off and we're done.
Yeah. Yeah.
They came to us.
And I think that's maybe where the partner comes in. You do one by yourself. The next product offering is bring your partner, right? Or
get your girlfriends together.
Yeah.
Let's do a fun shoot with the girls.
Yeah.
Like a slumber party night kind of thing where you and your lady friends. Like, I don't know. But just because it's geared around sex doesn't mean it's solely focused on sex. I don't want it to be sex explicit. I want it to be
definitely said that. Yeah.
Mentally, it's about empowering women and helping them find their sexual voice. The worst thing to do is ask a woman, here's point to the garden, say, hey, there's the garden. Do you know where you want to go? And they look at it and they're like, ooh, I don't even know where to begin. Or like, oh, I am very familiar with that garden. I know exactly what part I want to go to. Like, helping someone get to that maturity level where they know themselves, they know what they like, they know where they want to go, and they know their limits. And maybe they like testing those limits. Maybe that's part of their flavor. Maybe they don't want to go nowhere near those limits. They stay far away from them. They need to feel that in order for them to get their game face on, to get real and to be emotional.
I had an idea. Like, we could totally use like real flowers as parts of the garden. Like the rose is much more sensual, right? The tulip can be much more innocent, right? There's like, we can do some research.
Tie a flower to the sexual identity of the
of the pieces of the garden.
Yeah. Good luck, AI. Let us know what you come up with. It's gonna not know what to do. So we have some other partners involved with this. Obviously, I want this to be a serious thing. I want to have a serious website. I want us to, one of the things is I want to try to attract younger women in here, because I know there's a lot of women out there that are our age that will get a lot of help. And I won't even go on a date with anybody that's like, even saying 25 that's too young. That's 20 years younger than me. Like maybe 30, 35.
Yeah.
30 or 35 is probably like in that range. Is like I won't be sexual or even want to, do shoots with people. I don't know. I guess where I'm going with this is I want to help women before it gets to a point where they have to have this kind of thing when they're in their later years. Mm-hmm. How awesome would it be for a young woman to feel confident? Because how many young women get with a guy that just totally walks all over them and they don't have boundaries, they don't even know who they are. Like, I'm not trying to save the world here, but like, I want sex positive interactions and healthy women feeling empowered to have a voice and to feel like, no, this is about both of us. Not be selfish, not make it just about women, but how can we get women to see that they have a voice? And
younger women don't even know their body. The society does not teach women about their bodies, right? We have Viagra for men. There's all kinds of studies and things done around erectile dysfunction, like all these things. There is absolutely no medical history or education around women's sexuality and arousal, right? So while I'm not going to sit here and tell you how to have an orgasm, I want to empower you to know that your body is just as important and that you are empowered to explore that, whether society says you should or not.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't see how anybody wouldn't explore their own body. Like,
I did.
there are
I
people
did.
out there that are so ashamed that they feel dirty if they fondle
Exactly.
themselves.
Exactly. But that's where we have to get into the conversation and be careful around the trauma piece of this, right? And what history you have or what's driving or prohibiting certain things. So like my certification, part of that is me. I will not be a therapist, right? I cannot counsel you. But what I will be is trauma informed in order for me to be able to identify when trauma is present and you need more than what we can offer. And so that's where we'll need to have some referral partners, right? With therapists. And I can engage in finding those people through the network that I'm building through my session, through my education. But that's a referral partnership that we can build where there may be somebody woman that walks in the door to a therapist and that therapist can help them with that prior trauma, but that also isn't necessarily their job to be an empowerment coach, right? So that becomes a reciprocal relationship with the therapist that we can build to say, here's what I can offer versus what you can offer, because a lot of therapists aren't sexually empowered coaches. And so that I want to be mindful of that and make sure that that's a really important part of the business that we build.
So we should have a vertical. We should have a very focused, like, and are we helping empower women that have been through some kind of trauma that is harming this? Because if that's, we can focus on something, how, objectifying a woman is what we're doing. And to get the consent to objectify a woman is extremely important. You don't just objectify a woman for the sake of doing it. Hell, I'm so sensitive now that even I'm pretty sure women just want to be, grabbed by the hair or grabbed by the pussy or whatever. I'm sure that's the way it's supposed to go. I don't get people. Where I'm going with this is that there's a way that we can go after people that tells them that, hey, you should do this, without being Trumpish about it. Like, we can, there's a tasteful way to say, hey, like, you're beautiful, you should, like, I'm not saying that he was trying to help women be empowered, he was just being a pig. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up here because I'm getting pissed about everything happening in Minnesota right now, just thinking about his phrase of grabbing women by the pussy. That, to me, that's such a disgusting. Anyway, now I lost my train of thought.
Well, here's where I want to go. Is we have those exploratory conversations about why are you doing this? What are you doing this? And a client comes in and they say, well, I just want to feel better about myself. I really am interested in, because I lost this weight and blah blah blah. But I also am trying to erase the past relationship that I had and this abusive guy that I was with. Well, right there, that's a trauma, right? So we have to make sure that we're not coaching through the trauma piece of it, and we're coaching through the empowerment part of it, right? Because there's a very distinct line legally on what we can do there. And so there's going to have to be some.
So explain me that line real quick. Let's hear the line.
Well, I'm not fully trained yet, right? But that's part of what this training is for me in this coaching.
But there's a line to what? To give advice?
A line to say, I'm going to help coach you through how to deal with your trauma and the psychological impacts of that trauma, versus I'm going to coach you to feel better and more embodied, to feel good about yourself and your sexuality, right? I'm very new into that piece of it, but I know that's something that we're going to have to find a line for and probably put in consent forms, things like that.
Oh yeah, we are not licensed doctors or professionals that,
Exactly.
we know what trauma is. And
yes.
so are we looking to, do you think we would benefit? We need to have a vertical. It could be like helping women feel empowered and embodied, and for me, it's to get we're all on this human experience right now. If you're breathing and you're living, you can understand the words coming out of my mouth. You're alive right now, and you have time on this planet, and time is limited. We want you to have as much time on this planet being blossomed in your full self as possible.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that is the focus, is let's help you blossom. And especially for those that should already be blossomed or is being held back or isn't fully being themselves and can't blossom because of why. And we're going to help you get over that, not get you through that, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost, we have to say future focused, not past focused, right? I think that's the line. We want to help you advance your future, not necessarily focus on how the past has defined where you're at today.
Well, the past does define where you are today. That's objectively true. So I think I hear where this is going, and AI will be able to help give us some clarity on this, or at least to a right path to go down and find this line. But I'm going to take it just like I do any relationship. We're not here to have power over you. We're here to give power to you. And I think as long as we stick to that, this is to give them power, not to get power over them. Because you can almost say, we just want to take sexy pictures of women. If you're trauma induced, this will make you better. That is not a true statement, everybody. We just know that if you have been through trauma, a part of healing is to understand your trauma and to understand yourself and to feel confident in who you are now, and that your trauma does not define you.
Right.
Your trauma is affecting your blossom, your true you. Let's help you blossom.
Yeah. We're speaking the same language.
Make it a great experience where we can deliver such a great, that space, the way we can, especially with groups. Oh my God, could you imagine getting a group? And that's where the real power will come from, is understanding how we can bring, because individual, yes, this is easy. But what would a group of women want to sit around and talk sex like this and take pictures? What would be empowering for women to want to even do that? Now I feel like a creepy kid trying to sneak over during a slumber party and to take pictures of the girls while they're being their most vulnerable selves and just trusting me to allow that to happen. Like why are they there? There's got to be a reason for them.
Yeah. So if you look at the model around like pure romance, for example, you sell sex toys to a party of women. I don't see this as anything different except for it's a different product, right? And so if you're getting a bunch of women together in a group, it's a bonding experience. It's an empowering experience.
Oh God, we can make so much money too because we do one shoot. Because what would it be individually versus if we got a group of women to come, like get 5 or 6 of your friends to come over and you all just spend like, a couple $100 a piece, and then all of you get this great experience as opposed to $500 for one person, something like that.
Yeah, and in the way the pure romance model works, you have a party and everyone sits at the party. Then each individual person can choose to break off with that salesperson to either purchase or not purchase in confidentiality toys that they're comfortable purchasing, right? Because that's where this, one person's more into this than the other, but we're all having the same group experience. Now I can decide if I want to go off and do my individual photo shoot, right? Versus I'm really more comfortable in staying in the group setting, right? You could totally branch it off into different kind of sessions within the session, if you will. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. Food. Dressing. We need a dressing room of some sort.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's probably an opportunity to have an inventory of clothing too.
Right? That's why I was going with this, because with the dressing room there would be a wardrobe. And we would have different, obviously for all different sizes, different takes. Obviously, we wouldn't like bring your own G-string type of thing. But we.
I mean, I did. I mean, you could bring what you're comfortable with.
Yeah, and that's the point is that you know, we should be able to provide and have everything for a great experience and to give somebody a full taste of the full garden on an individual exploratory. You know, we're a couple professionals that are bringing you into this experience for you. This is almost like masturbating, and instead of using your computer to pull up the porn, you have a couple people sitting here saying, okay, let's walk you through this and have a good time, and let's you play with yourself, not literally play with yourself, but play in the garden, try different what makes you feel good, where do you think you want to go. Now let's take you, okay, that's where you go, let's see your size. Yeah, I think we have something that fit in that part of the garden for you. Like we can, yeah. Beautiful. I think this is all good stuff. This is really good stuff. So let's do this. I want to take.
Give me a second because I've had 2 cups of coffee. I need a bathroom break.
Go do your bathroom break. I'm about to roll me up a fatty. Because why
I wish
not?
I could. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, about your little drug screen.
All right. Sorry.
You're fine.
All right. Where am I going to go next?
I am about to share my screen with you here in a second. Yep, I didn't get everything. I'm trying to capture our conversation here. Yeah, it's not gonna
So
let
you
me.
were talking about doing like a stripped down shoot. So is that part of the product then of showing somebody where you can start from and get to?
I was thinking of more of a much in depth, like let's go. Let's. Yeah, I'm a dirty perv. Basically,
Well, we know that. I mean,
I
given where we met, Joseph.
yeah. Basically, the gist is that somebody you were one that kind of gave me the idea, like somebody should know their body, right? Like to just like your hands, right? Like you know your hands pretty well, I hope anyway. Do you ever like actually try to like look at parts of your hands that you normally wouldn't see, and do you understand how they operate and feel in doing that with your own junk, essentially? And you know, some of us, you know, you said, you know, I didn't know it looked that way from that angle or whatever. Like having somebody truly look at their body, sitting with somebody with a picture of their body where it's just as vulnerable as you possibly can be, where you can just sitting with somebody and just have them almost naked, just sitting there, like, let's point to your body. What don't you like? Let's talk about the. Let's get in and lean into what you don't like about yourself. Let's hear about those things. You know what you know, and you know, with the trauma base and understanding why this happened, is that's not the conversation here. It's more understanding where they are mentally with themselves. You know, it could be because of the trauma is why they're there. This and that. My job is to say, I can see why you may think that. You know, I could see where somebody might get there, but the thing is that that's not how I see it, and I could tell that, you know, I've lost a lot of weight. I used to be 320 pounds. I have some stretch marks on my stomach that you can see if I twist or do something this right way. And, you know, does that bother me? Yes, it does bother me. Does it make me feel self-conscious? Yes, it does make me feel self-conscious. Like, to truly understand yourself and to know the things you don't like about yourself. But I do like this about myself. I know that I have this, and I know that I like to be able to clearly articulate what you do and don't like about your body, and to be able to do that without just be able to do that.
That has to be part of the experience. That has to be part of the experience.
Right? Objectively, how do you feel? Because this photo shoot, it's not going to change the way you feel about certain aspects of your body still. You're not going to, but what it's going to do, it's going to add something you didn't have before, a different perspective. We're bringing you a new perspective.
I think that's really like the tagline almost is how do we bridge the gap, or how do we get you into a new perspective of how you think of that based on this experience?
Well, we're going to plummet. We're going to just dive right into it. It's good. I think people need this, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there. See, in my world with Navicore and trying to get my Master Tech plan, which is actually the Master Transformation plan, that's what I'm trying to do with businesses and brands. I transform them into being who they like. Oh, I know we're this. I know we're going to do this. We want to be that. Okay, in your marketing, it says you're doing performance marketing. You're saying all that outside, but you go talk to your employees, they don't feel like you guys are, you know, they feel like it's a hostile workplace. They feel like this and that. And when they show up, when a client works with your team, that is coming off. So the marketing you're giving them, it doesn't line up. It's not authentic. Let's be real. So, something to do with, it's not changing anything. It's adding to. It's giving power to. It's not giving power over. That's the driver here. So I was wanting to get this entire conversation copied because I have the transcript here, but I think I have to do that after the call to get it all in one big goop. So let me think here, because we have a lot of good stuff in here. I want to use it for this conversation. Let me do this. I'm going to hang up with you, and I'll set up another call. That way I can get the resources from our conversation over the last hour or so. Let's put that into AI. Let's get us and then I also, while I'm sharing my screen with you, once we get back on the call, we're going to create our intranet site for us and make sure you can access it. And that way, when you're like, oh, I have an idea, or, oh, we need to get this done. We have a place to work from.
I will tell you, as I'm going through my certification, it's 200 hours of classwork. And I think I'm on about 25 hours at this point. I'm keeping my own AI of my notes of how my education is going to translate into our vision. And so I think I'll have a lot of content just related to my education that I think we can translate, that I'll have a bunch of notes on too.
Oh, absolutely. That's by all means. Oh, God, what the hell? All right. Hold on, give me 1 second here. So let's hang up this call. Let me...
Okay, just text me when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm going to hang up this call. Let me get the transcript of this. I'm going to set up another call. Let's take 20 minutes.
Okay. 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. I'll set it up. I'll go check on my bub and a couple other things, and yeah, we'll get this going.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Thanks, Stars. So see you in a few. All right. Oh, what's going on, big guy? How you doing, Corbin? Oh, we are about to make a great experience for women to feel sexy and empowered. And we are going to do this right and healthy, as healthy as we can, anyway, I should say. Again, I'm no doctor, I'm not qualified to give therapy, whatever you want to call it. Um, boop, boop, boom. What screen am I trying to share? Boom. Look at that. Beautifulness. No. All right. So we have a new product. This will be for Plummet. Plummet. Where's Plummet? What's left of this ounce is getting pretty dry, but it's still sticky icky. Some of this shit gets so dry it turns into powder, and you just so you just put it in the bowl or get out the vape. All right. Yeah, I didn't hear my music earlier. Mr. Eberwine, why don't you schedule a session with me, big guy? We should chat. Uh, I feel like we're both concerned for each other. Always happy to jump on a call. Wouldn't mind hearing from you, see how you're doing, see how life's treating you. Understand your current state and your situation. You know, I'm happy to be vulnerable and put mine out there. It's not easy. A lot of people will judge the fuck out of you when you put yourself out there. People get on here and be like, I'm worried about your mental health. Me too, my friend, me too. I'm worried about my mental health quite a bit. Trying to make myself happy. Trying to justify my actions. Am I just being an idiot trying to save my marriage, or is it really not meant to be? Was that 8 years really just us going down the wrong path and we should just take the good from it and move forward, or do we stay to our beliefs and stay strong and stick to our vows and try to make our marriage work, even though you're in divorce proceedings? Well, I think once she goes to divorce court, I think that's a pretty good indication that things aren't going to slow down. Just because she loves you and stayed with you last night doesn't mean she's going to say no and divorce. It's weird. It's a weird life. It's a weird life we're living. And I'm bent out of shape. That's my mental health right now. That's the big thing in my life that's causing the big concern. It's not really a concern with my mental health either. It just sucks being in it right now. You know, I feel guilty when I start thinking, can I be happy with other women? And I start to feel like, yeah, that'd actually be nice to have somebody that's not struggling and in pain and depressed right now. But I also feel like, even that's what my wife says. You deserve to be with somebody that's, happy and wants to live life. You don't leave somebody like that. But what can you do when they're filing divorce? I'm not chasing her. I'm not running after her. She keeps coming back because that's what she chooses. And I try to point that out to her. Like, I'm not chasing you. Why are you here? So she finally filed for, because I won't let her go, I guess. I'm not letting you go. I made a vow, and I don't think you're doing well. I'm trying to fight for us. Now, am I going to sit here and not have fun? Absolutely going to have fun. But I'm going to do it with constraints, and am I going to be a whore and go out and start fucking a bunch of women? Hell no. It's fucking filthy. I've been that way before. I'm not that guy anymore. Even with my wife, when we would explore, which was really, I feel like it was healthy and it was good for both of us. I've seen sides of my wife that I never see before, ever, and I think she would say the same. That she saw sides of her that she didn't think she would ever see, and I don't think she regrets any of it. And she will tell you that that's not the problem. It's one of many issues that we have. Sex is a issue in any marriage. It's not an issue. I shouldn't say it's an issue. It's one of the big factors. And yeah, we've been through counseling, sex counseling, and all kinds. We care, and we took the time to do it right. And I do feel like I'm qualified to do what I'm trying to do here. We'll see what happens. It's a crazy ride we're on. That's all I know. And here in a few minutes, Darcy's going to get back on here, and we are going to put this brand together. You're seeing a brand happening and being born in real time. It's just another one of my stupid ideas. That's all. All right. I rarely smoke down here. I've been doing it more lately, but that's just because I'm having a bit of a breakdown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
I wish I could. It's been a month, and I tested on Thursday, and it came back like borderline. So now they're doing another damn test. And I'm like, for the love of God, people.
Why the fuck do they even care if it's legal?
Because I want to go on Adderall, and it's a controlled substance, and St. Elizabeth won't allow you to be on anything else. It's Kentucky.
Ah, so it's not work driven. Okay. And, you know, my wife, soon to be ex wife, she should, when she takes Adderall, I have my wife. Like, oh, there
Yeah.
you are. Where have you
Yeah.
been? She's not dead. What I'm saying is it brings her up.
Yeah,
it makes her want to live.
I'm super excited to try it. It's been worth it for me to be sober so that I can try this, because I know it's gonna. And the doctor even said, she's like, I don't care if you go back on it. I just need you to test clean. Like,
You pass the prereq so you can get in, and then once you're in, you're in.
Yeah.
But do you feel like, cause she doesn't want to do anything. She just sits around on the couch and plays on her phone. Like, if she it's when she has to do stuff, it feels like it's like just getting the
She
kids
has
to
to have that
school.
pressure. She has to have that pressure to be able to operate. That's ADHD.
So
That's what I've been diagnosed with.
so
And I've gone undiagnosed for years.
and she's saying that they can't give her a diagnosis because of her being on marijuana and all the other things that it's
Go to a different doctor.
I just the thing is when I get small like it's like the Notebook. And I tell her this. And right now I'm doing no contact. She filed for divorce. She just stayed with me like a few nights beforehand. And yeah, I thank God that we didn't cross any lines because that would have fucking made things worse. Even though she's telling me go fuck somebody, I know if I did that,
Yeah.
I know what would happen. So if
I
you
wasn't
would
about to get in the middle of that.
if she would just go to the like because she comes through every now and then like I was saying the Notebook, and when she would come through it's usually because she had a lot of work to do that day and she popped one of her daughter's Adderall, and I keep telling her like this is God, think it's like me being a drug addict and I get on some box and now I can have a normal life and now I can do things.
Mm-hmm.
This is your Suboxone. This is your quality of life will be raised. You need this medicine.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's just a tool. Like,
Yeah.
I'm. He needs to stop and just get some. Yeah, right now, she's so financially fucked. She thinks a divorce is the best thing. Like, she'll even say that to me. Like, well, let's just get divorced so we can be financially free and we can still do what we're doing. Like, well, what we're doing doesn't work because you're not here. So if you're coming here, then yeah. If we get divorced, that means you're moving back in. Sure, fuck it. I didn't want to get married to begin with, but yeah. Let's just drop all that shit. I'm going through. This has been a full week, and I haven't talked to my wife. 8 years. We fucked every day for 8 years. This is the first time we've been a week without talking, and I'm about to just. Yeah.
Well, Joseph, I got left after 20.
I'm sorry.
I got a text at work. To tell me I was no longer loved after 20 years.
That makes me feel a lot better. Thank you. I'm not like yeah. Yours is worse than mine. You're right. Yeah, that's bad.
And then I got took for child support, retirement, more than my fair share of the bills, even though we have 50% custody. Like, you talk about getting fucked over. I got fucked over. I can show you the anniversary card before the text, 18 months before that says, I love you. I couldn't imagine a more perfect life. While we have our ups and downs, I'll always love you forever, blah, 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 bullshit, 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 right? And then 18 months later, you text me to say, you know, you haven't loved me for 2 years? Fuck you, motherfucker.
There's masks. People constantly wear masks. It's fucking disgusting. Yeah. Either way, one way or the other, whether he's either wearing a mask now saying he doesn't love you, or he was wearing a mask then saying he did. Fucking take off the mask, people. Just be real.
Yeah, it's called dismissive avoidance. It's a trauma response.
I know
to your childhood.
I know.
You know, I know exactly what it is. I can pinpoint everything about it.
That's why that's like, thank God now that I feel better. I'm healing me and moving forward. That's part of all of this, right? So
it's gonna take you a minute. Like, unfortunately, you're between a rock and hard place right now. You're like, I really wish this would have worked out or could work out.
Oh, I've accepted it. It's not on me anymore. Yeah, like, exactly. I've taken the framework that I need to do better. I'm the reason why the kids don't want to be here. Like, that's such bullshit. Like, you're the one that's not, like, they need you to step up and be a mom. And you're not. Like, the anger in the house, it's because you're not living. The rest of us are tiptoeing around you. I blow up. Yeah. I'm the one doing every fucking thing. So, yeah. I think we both needed that.
I can tell she's where I was. Untreated ADHD.
She's aware of it. If she would just go get like, I just think about the thing that kills me is like, I've accepted it. It's totally on her. Like, I have no problem not talking to her. I'm so pissed at her right now. Like, I've never been divorced. This is my second marriage. And, we didn't have to get a divorce. If you really don't want to be with me, let's just. But my son, yeah, we're staying here this year. Like I told her, after this school year, we can sell the house come May. I'm going to Hawaii in May for 10 days.
Nice.
And
There you go.
that was supposed to be our renewal of our vows and this and that. If I got to go alone and do my own vow to reset myself, I have no problem with that. Like I'm living. Like I have a problem with it, but you can only control what you can control. I know I sleep well at night is what I'm saying. So let me share my screen with you. Let's get back into, let's plummet back into this shit. All right. So I was going to copy, but this is just a single line here. I just put a little statement here. The focus of today's session. So we're going to track these sessions that we have together working on the business.
Yep.
So today's focus was alignment on vision and boundaries on business. All right. So the participants, this is going to be, you won't show up in here yet if I start typing your name because you're not part of the, I don't know if I can use your consumer email for this or not, or if I have to get you we're going to have plummet emails.
And that's just my personal email. That's not a business email. It's just my personal. So I don't care if you use it.
We're both going to have a plummet email.
Yeah.
That when we have that, I'll be able to add you to these. It's just the two of us. We know it's us. I'm building this app in real time as we go. So, scheduled time. We did this one today at 11 o'clock. I need to be able to pick the time specifically. Transcript. So, let me go grab this real quick. Where is this? Where's my teams at? Come here, you. Oh, that's right. I came in here to grab that. Are you joining on a different device? Oh, you must have got dropped.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That was me.
Something dropped.
Well, my screen is still split, and I was trying to unsplit it because I have it because you're only on half, and it's harder for me to see. So I was trying to figure out how to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there was two of you there for a second. I frozen you, and then you. So it's just now we're just down to one of you. Okay. Now back to what I'm doing. Can you still see my screen? Yes.
Yeah.
Should be able to. So
Yeah, I can.
we are going to take.
Here we go. I got you on split now. Good.
We're going to take all this and copy it. I'm going to paste that in the transcript. Okay, so now we have the transcript in here. The AI notes. I'm going to take those, copy them, paste those in here. So now we have all the AI notes. And once I get you your plummet email, you'll be able to log into this site that I'm creating here and access these lists for us to manage things in. I'm creating another list here. These are objectives. Change the name of this real quick. This will be objective. This will be a choice. This will be a status. We have completed. And all right. So basically, this is our official place to work from. Let me show you a couple other sites since I'm sharing my screen with you. So what I do for work is I create sites like this. So this is my master tech plan. this is a landing page, what we call a team site. It says, welcome to the Navicore team site. We have an admin team. So if we go to that site, this is where the administration works from. And we have what we call an objectives list. And this is where our team works from. And we keep everything up to date. Okay. Account management. I'm on the wrong profile here. Let me go to this profile. If I go to the admin team or the account management team, under engagement, I have a sessions manager here. And this is where I track all my sessions I have with my clients and like all the people that would be in those sessions, right?
Yeah.
So basically what I'm giving us is a official place that is where Plummet, where we have all of our documentation. There's a documents library here. We'll both be able to share stuff in here. There's an inbox, so we can send email to plummetxp@navicore.com, but we'll create a team at plummet8.com or whatever we come up with. Plummet8.ai, I think, is what we're going to end up using. Bottom line is, this is our central place to work from. And as we build our systems, our workflows, it'll all be from this site.
Okay.
We're gonna have a list of. We need a theme for the ladies, like for our, tying them to something like how Hooters. What do they call the girls at Hooters?
Oh.
Or Playboy, they have Playmates, right? Playboy Playmate. We want our
client, like our client's name.
Yeah, like what's our, I guess, a pet name for our clients.
Yeah.
If you will. That sounds dirty, but I hope it gets the point across.
We probably have to figure out our flowers.
Something to do with flowers. How's that? We'll figure it out.
They are our flowers, right? They're each a flower.
Well, when they blossom, those are the ones that we want, the ones that have blossomed. So our blossoms. We're going to get all our blossoms together for a roundup. I don't know. Something gay like that. All right. So I'm going to export to a CSV here. So what this does, this is what, just by doing it this way. So when I save this is just going to save this to my, you know what? Let me do this. Create a folder here. So documents. Let me add that shortcut to my OneDrive. There we go. So now I can say save as. Take this to Navicore. We should have a Plummet. Yep. XP documents folder right here. Save it here. And then I'm going to take this document and we'll dump it inside of here. Oh, come here, you. Hey. We had our first session today to discuss, and we're the admin team. So that's the admin site where we have our procedures and policies, all the documents and all our workflows, how we handle things that need to get done, our objectives, our sessions as we have them. We're tracking them to keep us on track and where we're going. And this AI knows what an admin team is. It knows what sessions are. It knows the master tech plan and its lingo. This is what I do for small businesses that don't, like, everybody, they might have an HR department, this and that, but I don't know if you've ever worked for a small business that has like 50 people, but there's no real governance or...
No, there's no infrastructure at all.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And I love supporting these businesses. I love working with them, but I don't want to be married or stuck at one. Or I might as well go get myself a full-time job if I want to be here this much. Like, no.
Yeah.
I'm going to build systems. That way you guys, like, decision-making to get there. Like, a lot of times, it's all reactivity because they don't have systems. Like, just have some functionality. So what I realize is there's a huge gap in the market. Using SharePoint, I'm going to teach leadership how to have an official place to work from. So that way we're all on the same page. Check this shit out. This one company,
So, with you saying all this, I'd like to share with you what my actual job is in corporate, because it ties very well into that.
Sure.
So I work in third party management. So I onboard companies we want to do business with. And so my team does due diligence on all of those companies. So we look at HR policies, we look at compliance policies, we look at data protection, we look at insurance. So my team fully vets companies prior to signing contracts to figure out A, if we want to do business with them, B, if there's any gaps in our expectations, we can negotiate that within the contract. So that's my full-time job, vetting third-party companies.
Yeah, and I don't want to do any like responsible and ethical business is what I practice and I preach. But that excites me so much where I'm about to just drop plummet and say, hey, we should talk business. But no, organically, I think if we do what we're saying we're doing, we keep this clean, like we're talking, we keep it ethical and responsible. I could still see that being a possibility, and if we do that, and we do this well enough to the point where you feel confident telling the team, I'd rather go that direction with it, or finding a path for the MTP to grow legs, especially with such a, yeah. So
well, this is I want to be careful with who else we want to bring in, right? So because that's my background is while you and I are building this, bringing other players in, like I know based on how we met and what our vision is, my comfort level with you. But as we consider bringing other people in, that has to me like there's a vetting that's going to have to be done, right? Like just like you and I have vetted each other, like we need to make sure that there's the same vision, the same trust, right, in all of that.
Well, I haven't run a full background check on you or anything, but I don't know if you actually work there. But you know, I'm trusting you a lot, is what I'm saying. I think we're trusting each other. That's yeah. So the bottom line is I do want the master tech plan. Like on Tuesday, I'm going to a group event where there's going to be it's the Cincy AI for Humans, and I know every time I go there and I speak up or I go up front and I do a little thing, they always have me take their picture while I'm there or do something, but I find people to help out and I get to share my ideas with them. I'm not good at landing work yet. I'm still building out my SharePoint management. I have a 12-man service desk right now learning this MTP using the admin team and having what it is they don't have administration in these small businesses. They'll have an HR department, someone to, deal with their turnover of people if that's the thing. They have a financial person, or they're outsourcing all that. They have someone's tech savvy, but they're outsourcing all their technology. But there's no administration layer to making sure that all that connects well and that we're compliant with things that we're supposed to be compliant with. Mm-hmm. So yeah, by trying to get businesses to use SharePoint, if they don't have somebody that says, I've had clients try, I'll show them how it works, and then they build 50 different groups and everybody's calling the different departments. So I created that group. Well, whose job? I thought I was supposed to create that group. And who's driving this thing, everybody? I'm going to drive the ship. You're an outside provider. Listen, I'm providing the framework for us to do it. And I'm saying, here's the names of the departments. Can we all agree to that? All right. If there's a fight, there's a fight. But bottom line, guess what? I just got everybody to agree on these are the names of the departments. These are the systems that we need in order for the business to run. Well, guess what? We need an SOP and P. I created a document template format that does the procedure and policy all in one document. It's just surface level, but make an SOP and P on every system that we have here. And then every system needs to have a gatekeeper that's responsible for the health of that system. I'm just making the framework stick. We're administration. We're not deciding who does what job or the strategy of the business. We are making sure that we are all on the same page as we do whatever that business strategy plan is.
The infrastructure to support it, right? You can have as much vision as you want.
They have these great. I deliver a modern tech stack. You're on 365. You have your own tenant. You have SharePoint. We do single sign-on. So when you set up your third-party apps, we make you log in through Microsoft to keep you secure. As a small business that has 40 tech stacks that I'm currently supporting with my ecosystem, my tech stack I put together. Yeah, you'd be surprised if you saw what's running in my other room here in my house. I actually have a fucking data center in my house. Anyway, that's why I don't want to move. It's just me and my son. We don't need this big ass house, but for $1,700 a month, I have my business and my home. Why would I fucking leave? And I just got to pay out the fucking money. That comes down to the rub is where we're at. I'm going to lose insurance and I got to pay money. And, could we just do a dissolution or an agreement? Did you have to be such a dick? Anyway. All right, back to business.
Yeah, we moved and split the equity. I'm happier in my new house than I was in my old house anyway.
Well, I wouldn't mind moving to the city in a condo, but my Bubba, this is his first year going to a school with having I get it. She needs to be happy, and if she's not happy here, then go do your thing.
Yeah.
So I exported this, dumped it in here. We had a first session today to discuss alignment. What strategy do we have so far? Give me a one-pager. Let's see what we got so far.
My mom was calling, who absolutely will not and probably never know about any of this. All right.
Oh, we're not going to do this under Navicore by any means. That won't be associated. I mean, we're using the tech stack of Navicore, and I help my clients do this that way. It's okay if you use your tech stack for other things, but define what that is and make it clear. And that's what we're doing. We're utilizing Navicore's tech stack right now until as an incubator, but it's in no way. Navicore is more of a a supporter sponsor, if you will.
Yeah.
But we're not really, The day before the course, I'm a slow reader. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll probably want to just sit down myself and digest it. Probably put some notes or comments in it on things to expand on or consider. Right?
Yep. So to let you know where this is headed, I'm going to give you the full circle of how, because we're using my administration system to handle what I call objectives. Everything we do is going to be objectives and matters. We're going to create a system that's an objective. We're creating that system. We have the perfect plan, but something comes in and fucks up that plan. That thing that just came in and fucked up that plan, we call that a matter. So how do we handle objectives or how do we manage our objectives and how do we deal with our matters? And usually when a matter happens, most people just freak out and react to it, but not us. We're going to be, we're involved. Okay. When a matter happens, we're going to take a second to say, okay, how can we use this matter to help us get to our desired state? So we take a moment to say, hey, this thing that's a problem, is it truly a problem or could it be a blessing in disguise somehow? Let's take a look at it from different perspectives to see if we can still get to our desired state with these objectives. How does this affect future objectives? How can we shift things to get us closer to this based off this matter? If that makes sense. So objectives matter. We always qualify something come across our plate. It may look like a matter right now, like something we should react to, but more likely we might need to put a system in place, or this could become a problem. Let's make an objective. Let's deal with the matter, but it creates objectives. So matters are important to understand what they are, qualify them, and how we handle them internally. So with objectives versus matters, we create our systems with that framework. And what that also does is it protects what we call maker time. Matters you need to deal with as soon as possible, get them out of the way, and move on and get back to your objectives. So objectives, we can only work on those. We should work on those when we can be fully aware and distraction free. So we call that maker time. We try to get everything we do in our manager time versus our maker time, blah, 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 blah. You've had all the corporate talk and spiels in the past. All this should make, it should be like talking to a third grader. You're just taking this in. But these are the rules of how we do things. Okay. So, we have, what we call the admin pipeline. The admin pipeline is made up of 3 lists. The first list is our initiatives. These are the big things that we're trying to focus on, and we need to know what our 3 big things are that we're trying to accomplish right now. One of them is definitely having that, building that initial experience that we can start getting some kind of, because we need energy, we need flow. That's what money is. Money is a tool. So we need to be bringing in money in order for us to do the objectives that we're wanting to do.
Yeah.
Not always, but we'll need it.
Yeah, that's the goal here too, right?
Well,
I mean, in addition to what we want personally to get out of it, that's the other goal.
Right now, what it should do is no different than what we're already doing with our other, how we're spending our other time. Yes, the goal is to make money so that way we can grow the thing, but we also have to live in a desired state that we want to live in too. And I don't think, work life shouldn't be a balance. It should be a fabric. You should be able to enjoy your work on a Saturday. Here we are fucking grinding and actually doing some serious fucking mind power, doing something. But is it really work when you love what you're doing? And if you do it well and you're making good money doing it, like, I'm not going to take all this money and just pocket it. And like, I know what I need. I want to be able to travel at will. I want to be able to do X, Y, Z. I want to be able to save money. Like, this is the first time I've actually been able to save money. Mm-hmm. And now I got to go take that saved money. Anyway, I'm sure once I split the equity, I'll have a nice little nest. But, well, I'm not going to have anything. I'm going to have to pay her out. That's the problem.
Yeah. We definitely need income, right? Because, I mean, like I told you, my cash this year is going to this certification, right? Like, you're bringing a lot to the table. I'm trying to bring a lot to the table, right? So income is going to only help us here. So we got to get to that point of the objective, right? As you said.
So create an experience that we can start banking on right away. That's one of our initiatives. Initiative number 2 is create the brand, the theme, and the program to have that plummet experience where we dive in and really meet you where you are. And when you hear that, you're going to be like, meet me where I am sexually. Okay. No, meet you where you are with yourself. Mm-hmm. Which is a big difference. Mm-hmm. Because we can't begin to look at sex until we know how you look at yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, this is going to be very powerful. So we got to create that. We got to create that program. And I say we figure out the Blossom program. What's the maturity stages? How do we use the polarity to measure and meet and find what areas to work on? And when we say work on, that's where we gotta be careful, right? Because where do we want to empower? Where do we see immaturity that needs to be more mature? And is that immature on the feminine side or is that immature on the masculine side? And a lot of these AI tools that understand a lot of this philosophy and stuff, I mean, we can't rely on it 100%. Everybody's experiences are different. Like, there's a lot that we have to take from our own experiences and our knowledge, and can't rely on AI 100%. AI is like 20%.
Right.
And that's more time saving and framing, helping find frameworks that we align with. So, yeah. Let me ask this. That would be a good question for this. get out of the Canvas window here and say, what would be 3 core initiatives this brand? I'm just curious what it spits out, and then I'm going to tell what I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's saying the first here are the embodiment and awareness, sexual intelligence and agency, and connection expression. No, that's more. Those 3 should be one of the initiatives, like in a container of one of the initiatives. We need to build a product that we can monetize now. We need to create a program for Blossom. We need to get initial business set up, email, location, materials, things of that nature. So, as we fill in our objectives, because our initiatives will tell us what objectives we need to. So our desired state is to create this thing of this document, like should come close. We're both going to digest whatever this comes out with, and you're going to have access to it. And you can create your own new Word document, use your own AI to create stuff to bring to the table, to bring to the discussion. So we have our desired state that we're headed towards. We're going to use the objectives list to lay out all the things that we need to do, and we're going to base those objectives off our 3 initiatives. Mm-hmm. So, and then there's the third list. So we have our initiatives, we have our objectives, and then the third list is tasks and matters. So if I have an objective, but I need to assign a task to somebody, that's what it's there for, but we won't use it for tasks really. Not right now, not with a small team. Most small teams only use it for matters. When we have a matter, I like to track our matters. I like to know what kind of problems we run into. If I see patterns and problems we run into, I create a system for those patterns.
Yep.
All right. So and do you think that initial product should have the plummet experience is what you're saying? It should we should start practicing that now. We should dive straight into that's going to be dangerous. I think it's something we should do with each other, maybe even before we go do it with others. I'll even put myself out there. That's why I think it will be good for men. I could see a man, but I don't see men being that open really. I think most men, that's probably part of the problem.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So with men in today's society, we're in a
That's probably where the fucking money is, to be real. If we want to make money,
inspiring men to understand women better. I'm telling you.
That would be the other side of it.
100%.
Yeah, that would be the
become a fucking dating coach, because these men out here absolutely have no idea. And in fact, I was on Tinder the other day, and there was a guy that only showed like his body, right? And that usually means one of two things. One, you're married and you don't want people to know, or two, you're a professional and you don't want people to know, right? So it's one of two things. And if you're married, I don't really want to get involved, right? Especially if you're hiding it. Open marriage, different story, right? But if you're hiding it from the get-go, that's a problem.
Well, if they're hiding it, then it's more like we should tell people that would be our avatar that we want to put a campaign towards: men that cheat on their wives. Why are you cheating on your wife? You don't have to. If you want, like, if you're looking for something wild and flair, what do you think your wife's thinking?
Right.
Like, are you truly not partners? Because if you're partners, it's killing you to be doing what you're doing, and you don't have to be doing it. You're hurting.
Well,
You're needing something, and you're going about it the wrong way.
The problem. You're ignoring the problem in
Yeah.
the relationship.
Or you're
Right?
you're compounding.
And in fact, I had this conversation with the guy. So I engaged with this guy and I said, why are you hiding? He said, well, I am married, but my wife has told me to go out and find someone because she's not interested. And I said, well, while I'm not interested, I am becoming a coach. And I'm very interested in exploring why she's not interested. Is it a medical reason? Is it a desire reason? There's so many things here that this could be. And if we get to the root of that, like, why are you out here?
Yeah,
And I'm like,
that's
oh my God. Like, the dating apps could be a complete revenue driver. Like, I could source all day long revenue from these mystery men trying to figure this out. And it's because they can't figure out how
but
to
they're going to spend money for that experience that they're trying to get, rather than spend money with someone that's going to try to, give them experience to give them enlightenment. So, it's got to be more enticing. They would have to want to fix their marriage, I'd imagine. But again, I think.
Right?
I think if we stay on path with women, we're not changing course.
We're not.
I want to empower women, and if we can empower women more by educating men, then that would be the message, I think. You know what? I want to take that back. Maybe I need to be careful with how I'm saying this, but what we want to do is protect the feminine, because, again, I'm not. If a guy wants to be if a guy feels like a dainty flower, and he wants to be treated as such, wants to talk as such,
Then he's feminine. He's not masculine.
correct. I mean, but I don't know if I would be a good fit to really bring out that femininity out in that person. Like, and maybe that's me and I don't know. I don't feel comfortable. Just because how most guys are, like, that's me being such a judgmental piece of shit. Again, I want to be open to working with men. I just have not had very great experiences working with men when it comes to anything sexual.
Well, and it depends again where we want to go with it and how you spin that part of the business, right? And working with men. To your point earlier, is it working with men to understand women, or is it working with men to
understand themselves?
Their mentality about how to be a man.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to help men in the sense of have a mature, masculine side. Like, you're supposed to be taking care of others because that gives you a sense of purpose and fulfillment.
Well, at the end of the day, we're built differently, right? The masculine and feminine are driven by different hormones, right? And they're driven by men are much more spontaneous. They're visually driven. Women are much more responsive. They're much more reactive, right? And so, unless you can understand, neither is right or wrong. But a lot of men come at it as, why aren't you aroused immediately? Why aren't you the one approaching me? Well, that's not how women are built. Women are built by the emotional connection that drives the estrogen.
There are some women out there that are very masculine and are like that. They are out there.
Yeah, there's a different spectrum, right?
Absolutely.
But understanding that, right? And that.
But what's plummet? But plummet is about this experience. And I think as long as you're human, we're going to take a deep dive into looking at yourself and to then empower the parts that need empowerment. That's the storyline of the experience that we're aiming for, from what I'm hearing. And we are focused on women, but what defines a woman in today's age? It's a very odd world, but how do we vet clients? What's a good fit for Plummet and the experience that we're doing? And what happens when somebody that we don't think is a good fit, you know, how do we handle that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great question. I think that's something we're going to have to really think about. I don't know that I have a good answer for that at the
I
moment.
want to be ethical and responsible.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be a pig or, you know, I know why I'm doing this. My agenda is that I love women, and I know hearing you say that I had a great time from something you did, and you helped me get these images that were amazing, 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 or whatever you said.
Yeah.
That right there, that's what I'm looking for. That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
that's I enjoy pleasing women. And I love when a woman is vulnerable and lets me see that side of them. That's yeah, like, and I even told my wife that that's what got us in. That's what made things so much, like, added so much fire in such an area. And part of me, you know, knows that the opportunities that will come from this line of work, as somebody that, you know, loves sex, drugs, and rock and roll, I'm never going to take advantage of a woman in a professional setting. I will definitely do anything behind the scenes, and never with never with one of our blossoms.
Nope.
I would find somebody that's already naturally blossomed, and if
Yeah.
they read our material and whatnot, as long as I've never worked with them, if I, I'd rather not meet somebody through my workings with blossom, but I don't want to also not be open to finding the right person, but it wouldn't be straight to sex. We'd build a relationship first before sex ever.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to be professional and ethical and responsible with this.
Yeah.
Like if I did find somebody that I had a liking, I'm not going to jump straight into bed with them. It would be more like, hey, I need to sign something or say something because I can't work with this person anymore because I actually have feelings for them now. Like
Yeah.
I want to lead by example.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
I think I'm at that age. I'm glad I got here now. I think at 46 is a good age. If it wasn't for the pandemic, I wouldn't have found stoicism and started becoming really self-aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think divorce changes you too. I mean, it has changed me tremendously. It's provided me an empowerment in and of itself to truly identify who I am and what that means to the world and how I present to the world. And that's, I think, part of what this is too, right? Is, are you comfortable with who you present yourself as you are to the world, or can what we are offering help you do that and feel more confident in that?
Yeah, and
because I know those pictures, right? They did a lot, right? They boost your confidence a lot. They make, look, this is who I am. Like,
yeah, now, how I'm just curious how petty Miss Darcy could get. Did you ever send these pictures to your ex-husband?
No, I wouldn't give him the pleasure. Absolutely not.
That's a good girl. All right, that's disgusting.
Not.
You're not allowed to say that anymore, right? Call a good, like, hey, that's a good girl. Like that's really disgusting now, right? Like I grew up.
I don't care.
I grew up watching. Like I am so fucked up. Like I have serious imposter syndrome. Like I literally don't want to get up and talk in front of people because I'll say something's gay or retarded, or I'm gonna say the good girl, and or thanks, sweetie.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking piece of shit.
Well, and this is where the empowerment comes in, though, Joseph, is that I have that power to choose. I have that power to say, you know what, you shithead, I begged for years. I wanted to do a boudoir shoot. I wanted to buy a sex couch, right? And you shut me down every single time because of your own fucking insecurities. So guess what? I'm moving on in a way that you'll never know about.
And it doesn't matter if you do or not. Yeah.
How powerful is that?
That's the empowerment I want to help women find. So if I helped you in that capacity,
Help me with that.
That makes me feel amazing.
Yeah.
Genuinely does. And
But even with that, like the shoot that we did and where it went and where we stopped, that's empowerment in and of itself on both our sides.
oh yeah. I think that's what happens. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm glad I got here at 46 because like there's still plenty of time to play. I'm I'm working. Losing all that weight was the biggest thing. That was the plus.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm working on that now.
Me too. I'm back on almost to 270.
Good for you.
No, I was down to 235.
Oh.
Yeah, I went from 320.
Mm-hmm.
Lost damn near 90 pounds. And I put on 30.
Yeah.
But
That's frustrating.
But I'm going to lose 20 before Hawaii.
There you go.
So
I know I'm going on a girls trip in May, and so I'm trying to stick to my guns until then to see where I can get.
yeah, I got to figure out if I'm going to go alone. I feel bad not taking my Bubba if I go alone, but I really don't want to be in Hawaii for 10 days with a 13-year-old. Like
I understand
that like I'm torn there. So maybe if I can get my sister and her kids or something to go, then maybe I don't know. But I have thought about maybe I just find some girl to go with me or something that wants to just go have a good time. But I don't want to. No, I'd rather go there and meet somebody there organically and.
Yeah, that's what I did last year. I did a solo trip myself on and you saw I think from some of my pictures. I'm a huge Corvette fan. Love Corvettes. Fucking love them. I'm going to own one here in the next couple of years, and I'm hoping this business will help fund that. But
I hope it does too.
I rented a Corvette for 4 days and literally just fucking drove. I drove 700 miles in 4 days. Nice. I met a couple guys on Tinder while I was down there. I didn't sleep with any of them. I picked them up, made out, had some fun. It was sexy as hell, but it was all me. It was all me doing what I wanted. And it was so liberating. So liberating.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's how I see if I'm going to go, I'm going to go alone. I am. I didn't think about, but I'll rent myself a badass vehicle. That sounds, because I love driving too. And in Maui, there's a road that goes around the island on the north side, and when you drive on this road, I'm telling you, shit scares the fuck out of me. The wife and I were flipping the fuck out, but I'm going to go on that road again, and hell, I might even get me a motorcycle.
There you go.
I wouldn't be as afraid of being on that motorcycle. It'd be a lot more. Because if another car was coming, they had these little spots. You'd have to. It was one lane, and it was a cliff, ocean. And I'm like, I think we made a wrong turn somewhere. It was the only road to get around the outside of the island. Yeah. Luckily, no other car came, and it takes you to this little village. Oh my! It was such an experience. Yeah. If I have to do that by myself, that's what I'm going to do.
Well, I got mine stuck in the sand. I got my damn Corvette stuck in the sand. I have pictures and everything. On the beach. I swear to God, I know that Corvettes are rear-wheel drive, and I pulled into what I thought was a parking lot. It actually was an empty, new construction lot, and I didn't know it, and so the sand was deeper than I thought. And as soon as I drove on it, oh, fuck.
You were like, whoa, oh, fuck.
Yeah, exactly. And I hesitate to tell people that story because I'm really not that fucking dumb. I'm really not. But I just didn't know this lot was what it was. And so I spent the better part of a Friday night with the tow truck and a guy from Tinder.
Oh my God, you had a guy with you even. That's even better.
It's a fantastic story. But you know what? It's all live and learn, and part of my solo journey that I absolutely fucking love.
Because you're living. That's what I have a guy that always posts on my shit, Mr. Everwine, and he was saying something about me always talking about I just like talking to people, hearing their stories. You can't write that shit.
Nope.
Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna I'm going to put together that document, put it in a folder. Let's meet again soon. I'm going to give.
So I have my kids every other weekend. So like every other Saturday, I can dedicate some time. And so whatever works for you. I also don't have them on Wednesdays or Thursday nights. So whatever works within the confines for you of that.
Well, we're going to have to recruit some women to experiment with and offer some free. What we want to do is create the experience, explain to these women that this is a free session that has an X amount value that we're tying to it. Now, I'm even going as far as getting professional hair and makeup involved. We need to find somebody that does that, but not during the trial phases. We're not going to, if they want that, they need to, that's self-pay. But if they want to come to the studio, we need to come up with the workshop and have them do the trial. You and I need to, I'm not saying we need to do it with each other, but we need to do I think the diving into who you are and taking a deep dive, I think that's where we tie the plummet name into what we're doing. Like that's the root. That's how we start. We're going to take a deep assessment of how we look at ourselves. Then we're going to take the focus of the lens off of yourself. Once we have that understood and we know the parts that need empowered, now we're going to take the spotlight and point it towards sex, towards the garden as a whole. And we can take them on a journey through that garden just to see their reactions, to talk to them, ask them questions as we do the guided tour. And based off of the assessment with themselves and the assessment with the garden, that's when we can then find the parts that need empowerment, the parts that we want to keep, and we develop their own garden. We make a garden just for them.
Yep.
And
what I'm going to do, I think, as a
this
meeting, is probably take all my notes that I have and apply the blossom concept to it, and figure out, see where that and the women's
tying different blossom, because there's flowers that blossom in different ways, and sex is different. Has different dynamics, power dynamics, and different ways of, organically happening.
Not every rose is even the same. Not every tulip's even the same, right? Embracing the uniqueness and the uniqueness of your preferences and the uniqueness of your desires is all part of it.
Yep. Tying a different type of blossoming. Each flower blossoms differently, and each blossom of that flower is different. Every experience is different. What makes them the same? So I was looking at leaves and petals as being part of this. The stem, the leaves, the petals. When I was thinking of blossom as part of a workshop and how we tie it together, because everybody loves, in order for them to, and using a flower, a rose, I wouldn't put the rose in a vanilla environment. Let's put it that way. Not with its thorns and its red capabilities. Like like the rose should signify something. Each flower should. Go play with that. Let me know what you come up with. I'm excited to hear.
That sounds super fun.
We have a creative director that does jobs that is like, you may have onboarded them at some point when he worked with this last client. But basically, he's done things for Under Armour, Mountain Dew, Dell, like just big names. And he doesn't touch logo jobs that are under 30 grand, things of that nature. And he's helping me with the master tech plan. And in all seriousness, the businesses that you guys look at, I guarantee you run into small businesses that have 10 to 50 users that are lacking that administrative layer.
Oh, 100%. We go from from major billion-dollar corporations that have more infrastructure than you could ever dream of. And they're also like, I don't want to give you any of this shit because I'm the bigger fish and I could give two shits what you think. All the way down to the 10-person company that says, I don't even know what you're talking about. And if you can't help me, then I can't help you. Right? Right? There's somewhere in the middle. That's the ideal state. Right?
We call it the desired state of operations, is having a clear clarity first, acronyms later is what we say. That's the $30,000 guy. That's him just spitballing that out. Like, we're working on our site and stuff, but basically what we want to do. So on the IT side of things, that's how I did this. I took a break fix shop that was like a glorified geek squad.
Yeah.
They had like $5,000 recurring revenue from like somebody bought 10 hours for $2,500 and a few that had paid $200 a month for hours, this and that. And I said, what about the home users? And they're like, well, we build them when they come in to get work done. I'm like, we don't have any subscriptions or anything. Nope. So I was like, all right, we're going to create this Home Pro program where we put this agent on their computer. I signed us up with a program where we can put antivirus and remote into their computer through this agent. I was like, we're going to charge them $200 a year. And that took off like wildfire. Everybody signed up for it. And then on the business side, I was like, we are getting no recurring revenue. We have no services. So I was like, okay, now we have a phone system. Actually, I hired a phone guy. We sold our first phone system. Then he quit the day we were supposed to do the install. And I had to figure out how to install a phone system the day of, which now I'm the phone guy. So that was fun. And that guy was such a dick too. He went and fucking put my email address on all these porn sites. I started getting blown. Like, oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
Like, sign me up for all these fucking porn sites using my fucking email address. I started getting blown up with all these emails from porn sites and shit. Like, he's such a dick. Anyway, I wonder where Dan is now, by the way. This was back in 2015. But I got us up to $40,000 recurring revenue by 2019. And wanted to start getting in buying cameras and doing video. I wanted to be able to train and not just provide IT services, because we did backups. We did, basically an MSP, a managed service provider. So I was like, these businesses don't know how to use the technology. And I know I'm going to make videos to teach them how to do this, because nobody's going to read something that's super long. And
Yeah.
so I was going to build these sites. I was going to use SharePoint to have all the videos. So I'd create a training video on how to use their technology, put it on their SharePoint sites, but then start putting everything on their SharePoint sites. And that took precedent. I still did the camera stuff. I still have that vision. But by basically doing the SharePoint sites, I was like, oh, this is how we can train and organize. Here, let me show you some of this real quick. I know I keep some. I want to show you. So this is one of my clients. So the way this works, if I go to their admin team site, they have a dashboard, right? Tech plan dashboard. So this is what we do. We break their business down. We break their business down into 3 areas. They have a tech stack, which is all their technology, their data stack, their security stack, everything they generate as a business. They have their workforce. This is all their people in the field, all the people in the office. We start with leadership, but this is everybody in the business. Then their identity, which we want to get started with their identity, but they are just now starting to do some of the stuff to go from, so you start reactive for each stack, then you go to proactive, which that's a graduating to proactive, then you graduate to managed. They're about to go to managed on workforce, because now they're using the admin pipeline and they're all working from it. Once we get their full leadership, they will go from proactive to managed. And then we get to mark identity. We take that from inactive to reactive. So we can start working on identity, which is internal and external experience and how our technology can shape those experiences. So this is all about technology adoption and things of that nature. So we provide part of their tech stack. And this is the part that we provide. this is marked red because it needs to come up in their next meeting. And this is basically what they pay monthly for their services. VCIO, this is what they pay me to do the admin pipeline, to manage these sites, and to do what I do for them. That's all. There's no overhead to that. That's just give me that every month.
Yeah.
And this is one of 40 tech stacks. And I get to, so the 4,000 whatever's left over for this, there's margins. We have profit margins on those, so I get cut of that as well. And then we have the tech plan down here. This is their current tech plan. This explains, hey, this is where you are with things. Here's this admin team alignment that we're doing. Here's this links to all the areas that we're working on in that area. So for these guys, they are finally getting their full workforce to work from this guy here. And we have what we call a department manager. So these are all their objectives that they're working on. The stuff that they have to do in training stuff, AI adoption, new website deployment. Like, it's everything that, if you want to know what's going on at this company, this list tells you where they're at. And how many companies can tell you that?
Yeah.
Like, that's a very powerful thing to have, especially a company this size. And this is the department manager. It's just a simple list, but we call it an app. And we say, this is one of the mini apps for the admin tools to manage your business in. And this is where we have the departments listed. Who's the lead of that department? What are the channels to get a hold of them? Give us a blurb about it. See, they're not even done filling this in yet. They're almost to the managed state. They got to get all this and get fully working from this admin team tools. Now they will be graduated to managed, and we can move on to identity. And that's when the VCMO goes from 0, because we're going to be working with their marketing guy. Yeah, because right now they're all over the place. It's not consistent. And you want your internal and external communication. So the way they communicate internally, the way they should be, is this is the team site that the whole workforce, everybody, when they sit down and they open up their browser, boom, this is the first thing they see. Welcome, everybody. They have not done any announcements since October. The calendar has holidays on it. It doesn't even have any, what about enrollment? I know they're doing Q1 for them is April 1st. They're doing open enrollment right now. Why is nothing on here? Their internal communications that's how bad it is internally. It's just as bad externally. They hired somebody, now that they're posting. If you ask me, that could be worse if there's no strategy to that posting. So you got noise outside and your crickets inside. We need to work on identity. We need to get it managed.
What are you spending your time on, yo?
Well, that's the thing, is that they're busy. They're a 10-man office, and Fidelity's a client of theirs. They got Macy, like all the big buildings downtown. Like Wegman does, they're nothing to sneeze at. And let's hope this doesn't go viral. But no, I think they'd be proud, because they actually think this is really cool what we're building here. And he just brought his leadership team into it. I think it's cool too, because they're not. I shouldn't say they're. That $3,000 covers me working on their tech stack. That's it. The admin stuff, that, if that works, and they actually, that's the thing. My clients are my, I get to figure it out with them. So anyway, you got me talking business. I can talk about this all day.
That's the creative side. That's the development side. That's where you thrive, it sounds like.
I could only imagine what I could do at a place like where you are. Like, I've been there, I've worked there, and I wanted to do things like this. Because I love systems, I love organization, I love doing things in a way that get people excited, and you get a team wanting to do that thing with you. I worked at a call center, and I had a fucking leader that got us excited about taking calls from Wendy's when their credit cards didn't go through.
Yeah, it's all about how you create the value and the vision and the what's the word I'm looking for?
Proposition.
Purpose. The
Purpose. Yeah.
right? Why am I here? Why am I here? Right? And what value am I bringing by doing this? That's what drives people to get excited, right? If they understand their value, that they are valued, they understand their purpose, and that they're bringing valuable contributions, that's where people thrive.
Yep. Where's my water? I'm fucking parched. All right, so getting back to what we're working on. This is supposed to be professional and classy. We want, we don't want cheap. We don't like the word cheap.
No.
We don't use words like change. We use the words like improvement. Mm-hmm. We don't use words like manipulate. We use words influence. Mm-hmm. So once we train AI on this, like these fundamentals, which this is all part of, I'm basically have some values and principles in my overall MTP. The master transformation plan, or what they're trying to get me to change to, it's just the master plan is what it is. And I'm writing a book called The Desired State. And I don't know if I'm going to call it, the MTP, the desired state of living or being, or I don't know. We were playing around with different names, but, what is the desired state of things? That's what we're at, desired state of today, desired state of plummet, desired state of Navicore, desired state of retirement, my shower, whatever. Like there's whatever you're considering the desired state of, if there's people involved.
Yeah. I think that's a really good point though, because while we're talking about the desired state of the business and our desired state as individuals, that is one of the root of what we need to serve our customer. What is their desired state?
That's exactly where I'm going with this. Yeah. So that experience, that's why I call it the plummet experience. I was looking for the right word, played around with it for a few hours with ChatGPT, bouncing ideas around, yelling and arguing, cussing, and it's an experience. This isn't a collective. And I think the play on words and the garden, again, it could be a greenhouse with flowers. Like there's so many different ways to take it, but I like garden. I feel good. I think of a big ass garden, like in one of those houses in like London, like a mansion where they'd have the big garden out back. Like it's huge and different areas, and they have like 20 people out there gardening just to maintain it.
And there's so many products, aka plants, right, in a garden. You have vegetables, you have flowers, you could go in so many directions.
Well, it's organic. What I like about the plummet, the plum, I think purple, which is my favorite color. I think of a lot of different things, like the number 8, the curves, the infinity. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of good imagery. You start to get a visual for what it is. And I don't know if I told you about the octopus idea, but I don't know if that fits in here. Did. I don't know how.
I threw some ideas out about that when I emailed you.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot. The octopus. They're smart.
Oh my God. I watched a documentary on like 20 years ago, and it blew my mind how adaptable and how just crazy skillful they are. Like their abilities. Mm-hmm. The ability to squeeze through something the size of their eyeball, basically. Their ability to change their outer exterior, like the mimicking they do of other fish and things. Like it's amazing. Such an extraordinary animal to have 8 tentacles and to be able to use all of them. Like imagine just try using all 10 fingers at once and having them each do something different and pay attention to it. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yep. Working independently but collaboratively at the same time.
Correct, and that's how do you? So I don't know if that still fits into the theme.
So apply that to the women's session where people branch off into their own photo session. The same concept, right? You are one body with multi tentacles. That's the same as a group of women, and they're all different. They all think different, but they all make up a group together.
Well, you're. I would rather put that in a hub spoke environment, like framing or imagery. What I so where I was, I think we're on two different things here. I'm talking about the actual octopus working with the theme of the garden.
Got it.
I don't think it fits in. Now, doesn't fit into a workshop or something like that. I was thinking about making something with the logo, like a purple octopus or something as the logo.
Yeah.
But now I'm not sure because that's what I'm trying to say is we got to figure out what is the experience. So when the person that we're focused on their desired state, when they see us, what do we want them to feel? What do we want them to see? Some cute little animal, like a little purple cartoonish octopus plummet, or do they want to see flowers, organic, and something regal with plummet, plush? Think plush.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what we like, if we want to get into the woman's psyche, so I think if we go more organic, flowers, that imagery works. So this is something that I would like to have Adam. That's why once we have all this written down, send this off to Adam and say, hey, Adam, here's a write up in a few pages of what we're doing here with Plummet. Get his insights on it.
So how do you see the hierarchy here? Do you see Blossom as a product of Plummet?
I see Blossom as being the outcome of our work, meaning, what we're trying to do is, I see it being the final stage, and the result we're looking for is if you think about a flower blossoming, that's it coming to its full potential, its full life form, right? In the area of self-embodiment and self-empowerment, and to fully blossom and to be confident in of yourself. If you like playing the shy girl that's naive, you do so confidently. You're not doing it because you're shy and naive. We're here to empower women, to let them feel like, we want them to fully blossom. So, and the women that relate to feeling as if they have blossomed, I don't want to put a label on someone saying, oh, I can see now that you've blossomed. I don't want to be the one that
Sure.
says that. I think that's something that, you yourself would have to.
They have to identify that for themselves.
Correct.
Totally get that.
You popped your cherry when, right? When did you pop that hymen, huh? When, what I'm talking about? Like, when did you blossom, huh? When was it that you finally blossomed? Because that's having an experience with somebody that hasn't blossomed yet, to me, can be a great experience if you're helping them blossom, if you're helping them learn about themselves and come to. But when you have had sex with somebody that has blossomed, that feels confident, and that's present with you in it, that's a whole different thing to me. That's two people choosing and of experience and able to speak to what they want and truly have an organic, authentic experience. I would say almost spiritual. And if you're married, how do we get you to have that and to truly a married couple to blossom as a couple? Because we all would have our individual coming to be, but in a marriage to fully blossom. That's a whole, like, that's something I feel like I was trying to get, like, I felt like I was getting to that place where I felt like I was fully where I'm like, yeah. I told her, like, we could be monogamous. We can continue to play this way. Like, if you want, like, if you want to bring somebody else, like, if you want to go experience something with somebody else, I just don't. I don't like being sexual around other guys. I just don't feel comfortable doing so. So, I don't want to, like if you want to have another guy, and it's just the two of us and you, and like the focus is you. You've done that for me. Like a little overzealous, but yeah, we I'm not going to be as overzealous as you were. I'm going to be focused on you. That's if that's what you want, sure. I want her to be happy. You know, if my wife and I are truly in love, and I felt like she truly, wants to be ravished by 30 guys she doesn't even know, and that's a fantasy she wants to have come true, like it's really reckless. Like we're going to be doing some testing and shit, but if that's really what like I'm gonna go big. I'm gonna go all out. Let's see if we can get like the whole NBA team or something, babe. I don't care shit. Fuck it, tear it up.
It's funny you're talking about that because as part of my certification I'm doing right now, it's making you evaluate your thoughts around certain concepts, and group sex was one of them, and your thoughts around, and that's exactly what I said, like intriguing, but reckless. Like that's exactly how I described it.
Yeah, I mean, I could see the excitement, like having 30 women and all of them willing to like, but I don't think that's something I would be. That's there's something overly that's too much. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm to me, I just like the having a healthy outlook on sex and helping others. Just feel comfortable having a conversation like this without. You'd be surprised.
It's not ignoring sexuality as part of your identity, right? So many people do not allow sexuality to help define their identity. I admire the LGBTQ community because they empower themselves, they embrace themselves, they're brave enough to identify that way, right? But in most heterosexual women, they don't embrace that part, right? They don't allow themselves to be empowered. That provoked a thought.
That I was making sure my I wasn't being blown up over here, but the empowerment that this can do for these people that need it, that's where I get excited. And I don't know where we begin, because if we think about the experience, we're going to, let me do this.
Now that I understand and we've had this conversation, it's going to help me a lot between now and the next time we meet, in terms of my ideas and my ability to feed my own AI about what I can do with a session of a group of women, or an exploratory checklist of identifying where someone's baseline is, right? Like those are the things I want to take away from today and run with, and see what we can come up with.
Make this rich text. So what I'm doing is so this is something that's in progress. We need to get this done. And what this is, it is So, do we get into dangerous territories when we start asking them things that they love about themselves, things that they absolutely do not like about themselves? What are their problem areas? Like, do like, I guess we can ask these questions when we write this out and say, how can we do this in a healthy way, type of thing. But yeah, writing out the experience when we're helping someone meet start by helping articulate to us where you feel like you are by answering these questions to the best of your ability. Don't think too hard about them. Just whatever comes to mind is what we want to hear. There is no right or wrong answers here. What we're looking for is what words you use to describe yourself in positive and negative ways.
Yeah. If we're sticking with the garden theme, it's almost like a grounding, right? Where's the ground? What are the roots that were below the ground, and where are we starting? Where are we starting to grow from? I think that's what I think that would be a good idea on what we're calling the baseline, right? If we're going with the theme, I think that's where you start.
Yeah, this is extremely private work and done in person, in studio, in the experience.
So one of the things that allows a woman to blossom is safety.
That's where I'm going with this. Is that this has to having somebody walk in mid-session? How safe does that make you feel?
Yeah. So along.
That's not funny, by the way. I am so sorry. So wasn't Melissa. I am so sorry about that. When somebody walked in on you and I doing your session.
Yep. Yeah, that's uncomfortable, right? I mean, I'm an open for it's fine. It was fine for me.
That could have been detrimental to a client. Is what I'm saying.
100%, 1,000%, right? It definitely changed.
That would have been business ruining. That could have been business ruining.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. So I think in one of these sessions or somewhere, what does safety mean to our clients, right? From a confidentiality standpoint, from a data security standpoint, from a vulnerability standpoint, like there's a lot that goes into a client feeling safe.
So an administration that cares about its people and its business will do a good job of having its finger on the pulse. Would you agree with that?
100%.
So the way we operate Plummet, and this is what's going to make every one of my businesses successful if they do happen, is that do you know the term operational excellence?
Of course.
So basically, our desired state of operations is living by, I call it the modern workforce advantage. That's what this is. If you want people that understand objectives versus matters and how to use their tech stack to track and capture their work in real time, and there's a feedback loop built into this. Every quarter, we should have an admin session where we bring the admin team together Not to look at each individual pipeline, but to say, hey, so let's step back out, everybody. Like, let's step away 30,000 foot outside of the admin pipeline. Everything. How's everything going? Is this working for us? All right, now let's go down to 20,000 foot view. Let's look at our initiatives. Are these still the most important things? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's go look at each initiative and look at the current objectives, because in the objectives you choose. Sometimes there's objectives that have nothing to do with what we're working on, but we have to deal. We still get into our desired state, and it could be, we've realized all of our whole fleet, all of our trucks need new tires.
Yeah.
And we don't have a way that we're tracking that now that's keeping them as they go. Like, how could they all just need about at the time? Well, we're at a point now where, we're all on so many, like, no, we're not going to live in this state. This is not the desired state of operations. This is not how a modern workforce would do it. We would be logging and tracking and checking and going and not being reactive to everything. We just know what works. We know, like, we built systems to keep things, tires fresh at all times. Like not fresh, but within operating parameters.
Yeah.
Starting to sound like fucking, like, I know it's very Star Trek and it's very bureaucratic and people think, oh, this is just going to take the fun out of everything. But no, it's when you have this safety, the framework, when we can show our clients that we are very rigid and particular about certain things because we know how important this work is.
And intentional, right? It's
extremely intentional.
Yep.
That's actually, if you look at my definition of what we call a creative tech, which is what I would consider you a creative technologist. We are people that live with intent, and we use our tech stacks to do our objectives. We are creative technologists. We are part of the modern workforce advantage. We're part of that tribe. I actually have a YouTube channel I did for a 33 weeks straight. But then I got full custody of my son. It was, you have to choose where you're putting your time. I had to quit the show. No views. But when I started the show, I had no structure whatsoever. By the end of the show, I had a focus with 3 topics every time. And each topic, the first topic was, why are we talking about this? The second topic is, because there's a focus for the session. The first topic is why are we talking about this? The second one is, how am I using this thing right now? And the third one is, what should you take away from today's session? So I'd pick a focus, and I'd choose a word that explained, just one word that explained why we're talking about it, one word that explained how I use it, and one word that explained why you should be paying attention to this. And that was my formula. And you could start to see, like, towards the end there, the last, 10 episodes, you're like, oh, this actually turned into a show. And it was easy to get into AI and say, hey, here's today's topic for a show, and AI could just spit out the things that needed. You dump it into the thing, and we're ready to go.
Yeah, it already understands your framework, so you're just feeding it more content and coming. Yeah.
Yeah, and now I can do a consistent show that only takes me 2 hours a week, and that's all I would put into it was 2 hours a week. I wanted to show that if you take time and you start investing, and I did, I proved it. There's no views on these. That wasn't the point of doing any of this. It's funny too, because here I'll just to show you this real quick, because
Okay. Pull that up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Hold on.
Yeah. Fucking nuts. I totally forgot about all this.
All right.
Yeah,
What'd you
so
get?
when I first started the show, I didn't start off by tracking it either, but after the first four shows, I was like, I should start tracking this. So I started tracking it. And I was like, okay, whatever was happening that week, I'll make that the theme. And I was like, no, I need to talk about, what I'm doing here. What's brand guidelines? What's mastering time? This is me talking about maker time versus manager time, defining vision. So this was in 2024. And in this list, I was able to track. This is episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, episode 4. And you can see
Yeah.
there's no structure down here. I actually had guests on too. They fell off, so I was like, okay, I'll create this focus topics thing. Started doing that. Then eventually, I started doing thumbnails. So you start seeing thumbnails. I don't know why those aren't loading. That's weird. Oh, there they go. Anyway. And then I was like, I should start tracking my Facebook account and bringing that up during the show. I need an agenda because I had my focus, my 3 topics. That's the first thing I did before I started adding notes. Was I would just write these few words in, and I would just talk for 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes. Do a break in between. But then I was like, well, let's do an agenda. So eventually I was like, all right, well, here's an agenda. And I tried the agenda a couple times. I only documented it once, though. But bottom line is you can see, like, my descriptors. AI started writing them, like, consistently the way I wanted them formatted. It was, it got pretty cool as far as being able to just come to this, fill out that week's episode. Like, I would do it the week before, actually. I would fill in the focus, the topics, all the, create the thumbnail. That way, when it came time to do the show, so I'd spend an hour putting that together. Then I would just do the show. That was my 2 hours a week that I committed to doing this. And by the time I was done, and you could go to, switch account. Let's go to Creative Tech. This was the channel.
I grew up next to some Thundermans, by the way.
Not this guy.
You're not from around here?
No.
Where are you from?
I was born in Great Lakes, Illinois, and then lived anywhere between Hawaii and Philadelphia,
Oh, nice.
and landed in Kenton, Ohio, and when I was, I think, 8 years old. And I went there after I got out of foster care into, in Kenton, Ohio, and lived there most of my life until I moved to Cincinnati when I was 28. And that was almost 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. So these are all the different shows or whatever, and
That's fun.
you can see where I started doing that week. I didn't have time to do it. I even bitched in the show like, I'm slacking, but I made it every week. I mean, I didn't do it these 2 days either. But this is what I was dealing with my son and having to get him full time, and basically just stopped. So, bottom line is I know that as I'm growing and doing each different objective, don't cancel that. I know that as we build these things out, we'll get better as we go. Is what I'm saying. We compound improvements.
And to me, today is day one.
I mean, I would say once we have a good idea, we're going to have people able to sign up on a web page. We'll be able to run ads. Hopefully at first we can get a few shoots in to build our portfolio. Again, I want to get diversity. Like, let's get a good portfolio. So part of this is going to be objectifying people to some degree. We're going to be looking for somebody that's a little younger, somebody that's a little bit older, somebody that's, on the plus side that wouldn't mind, helping us out. That, like, this is a give and take. And even better, instead of trying to find the right models to come and give pictures, to do legitimate experiences. But I think I want to get better at the craft. I think your pictures turned out great. How do we...
I agree, but I think there's so much we learned from it too.
Yeah, the more I do, the more I learn. Like, yeah, we need to break out all the... We need to have more diverse props, areas, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So having a few different... So we'll take a few different shots of different sets, and when they come in to do a session, I would say this should be a multi-session thing. I think the experience should be phased. We're going to start off by doing a deep dive. We're going to do a deep dive on you. We're going to give you some thoughts on some things, and we're going to have you prepare for phase 2. So after we go in and we all over the beauty and we over the bad, and we learn where we stand as of today. We have our meeting you where you are with yourself. Now we turn the spotlight over to sex. That has to be so I would say the very first time they come, we take a shoot of them as they are, dressed in their normal clothes without the makeup, all that. And we give them some images of them that looks like those images should be pleasant.
Yeah. Pleasant but vulnerable, right?
Correct. And then, because what I'm trying to get at here is I want an experience. I want them to feel what it's like to, like, really put some work into meeting them where they are and how they feel today, without anything sexual. The next shoot is where we explore. I don't know. I'll do some brainstorming. We both will. I think I'm getting a little bit where I probably should wrap up and eat something.
I agree. Yeah, we can call it a day. I think we've got some takeaways. We just need to figure out when we want to meet again and come back with some materials. And if you want to get me access, I can dump some stuff in and we can merge some things. We can do that too.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get you a license to the environment. So I'll get us both emails. That way we can log in and access stuff and do stuff. We will want some kind of written agreement that, obviously plummet, the plummet, the blossom, all the what do you want? You said you have a workshop. Yeah, this. What do you want to own in this? Because I don't think we really got into that part of it. So, like, what are you wanting to? Because right now we're developing this experience together, and I think parts of, like, the experience is what I want to own. I want to be able to take somebody through an experience just like I do with the Master Tech Plan. But there's parts of that experience that I think is going to require you and your personal brand. Like, because my personal brand is the Master Tech Plan, the media stuff, like Rigid 6. Like, there's a few of my brands that are helping us build this brand. It's not just Joseph Sunderman. It's Joseph, it's Navicor, it's Rigid 6. So we got you and your... So are you able to set up some kind of, like, website where you can do coaching and you can just advertise and tell people to come here? You're trauma informed, and
yeah. I mean, that's where I want to get to, and I can tell you, I can tell you what I don't want, which is to limit myself to this relationship, right? Like,
no, I want you to have I want to help you have your website where, as we're doing this with women, you can be like, hey, I have referrals. Like you can do an hour session with me. I'm $150 an hour starting out, and now you're doing it better and you have better experiences. We can start charging $250 an hour. Like we can elevate.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I just haven't built anything yet. Like like I said, I'm at the very beginning stages of anything, even in concept. So I can think about that a little bit and how I want to structure it and what I would want to build specifically for this versus what would be other options outside of this. You know what I mean?
Oh, your brand.
I will have my educator certificate as well. Like I could coach parents on if they're not comfortable talking sex ed with their kids. I can go into schools. There's like a lot of other things I can do with this certification outside of this realm, right? And right now, I have no desire to do any of that. Right now, you're my most intriguing and fun and exciting way to get into this coaching certificate. So my hope is that this just drives me to do a lot more in general. But I'm also limited by finances and time, right?
Well, that's what I'm here to help you do. When you're ready to create your LLC, when you're ready to get your own bank account, and your own business insurance, and all the things that come around all that.
Yep.
That framework. That's what. If obviously you need to make sure that you're able to have, at least 3 or 4 clients monthly. If you're making at least $500 to $1,500 a month.
Yep.
You need it, yeah, but. Yeah, we'll help provide a lot of things.
Yeah, so and maybe that's one of the other things we talk about next time we meet is where and how we're gonna source our clients, right? I mean, I have friends, right? We can use as test subjects. I'm sure you do too, right? But where are we gonna source the business from? I think, and I have.
So you're gonna have. So the way I do things, you have your own personal brand. You need to have your own, when we talk about identity, this is what I do. You need to have your own alias, whatever you want your email to be at, whatever your personal brand is. You're going to have your own business. You're going to have your own name, your own logo, your own color scheme, your own look and feel. You're going to want to attract a certain type of person.
Yeah.
And if you're anything like I think you are with the Corvettes and, enjoying life, you're going to want it on the nicer side of things. So, I think that aligns a lot with the way we like to do things. So what I'm saying is I'm going to make sure you own your own tech stack for your personal brand. And I don't mind helping you. You help build this thing out and make it come to life. I don't even need to make a lot of money off Plum 8. I want the experience of being able to help women. I like taking pictures. I love taking pictures of women. I love women being vulnerable with me and being playful. And it's a great outlet where I don't have to cross lines, but I get to still be. I'm not trying to say I'm trying to have sex with the woman, but it's like if you like to play basketball. Maybe you're just playing pig. You're not playing one-on-one. You're playing pig with the person. It's still basketball, but you're not really playing basketball. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm not having sex with her, but this is very sex driven and she's gorgeous and I'm privileged to be able to do this. Like that's my takeaway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds good. Yeah. Let me think about that. Let me think about the branding piece on my end and some of the other things we've talked about in relation to the workshop content I'm building and applying that to the Blossom concept.
Yeah, when you have your personal brand, like that's part of being a creative tech is working with intent. Now you have your personal brand instead of you working with, you have a protection. Your brand is working with these other brands. So now your brand is part of Plummet. We have you listen at the bottom, and a link to your websites. That way people that had a great experience with us, if they want to work with you outside of us, we encourage that. Just like you would encourage someone to work with us outside of the brand, because there's clear guardrails of who is what. Everybody owns their own tech stack, is liable for their own objectives and matters. Yep. I can clearly say when I'm helping you with yours and when you're helping me with mine, or when we're helping each other with ours. Clear boundaries, clear lines, keeps everybody moving forward happily.
100%.
I like to bring that clarity.
I'm very much on the let's get things on paper, because I mean that's what I do, right? I vet these companies and then we put it on paper, and all the shit I find wrong I make sure you're going to fix before we engage, and all those things. So when you're talking about
How could we? How do you guys make referrals to people to help them get things fixed? Like, is there any? Because
no,
is there any ethical ways of going about getting on a referral program or anything like that? Like I need to get investment into the MTP is what I really need. But yeah, that's crazy that you work in that side of the business, because that's like a gold mine. For like,
yeah,
I would love to know who these businesses are that could. Yeah,
I can't just I can
I'm not saying. I hope I. It's exciting to know that
yeah.
you're. It's like somebody that's never seen that much money before, but you work with it every day. Like, oh, it's no thing, right? Um, yeah.
Yeah, I work with billion-dollar tech companies every day.
Well,
The
let's.
Microsoft, the FISs, the Verizons, the Dells.
Oh, I can only imagine, not only as vendors but as partners.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So focus on Plummet right now. Let's build something awesome and respectful and driven there. And let's use the MTP to keep it structured and where it needs to be. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I think it'll work out. You get that certificate. We'll get this experience set. And at shoots, are you going to? I'm assuming this is something that we'll do as a team to help give a best experience,
Oh,
um,
absolutely.
especially when there's a
That's the whole
group.
concept here.
Yep, but
Yeah, that's the whole concept here, right? That's the combination. I think is the gold mine here.
yeah, we're professionals, and it's not like we're married or a couple or anything. We're two professionals that see the value in empowering women
Mm-hmm.
and making that part of the you know introduction and the I think it'll be enticing.
I do too. I'm excited.
I don't think it will manipulate the right responses, but I think it will influence them.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna
Let
go
me
get
know when you
something.
want to meet again. Like I said, like every other Saturday, I'm free. Like if you wanted to do 2 weeks from now, or if you want to meet in between, then I just got to find an evening where I don't have the kids.
Well, I think with this ability to do teams, yeah, let's plan on meeting 2 weeks from now.
Okay.
Um, and if we get things moving a little bit more serious and we start, yeah, I mean, this is stuff that we can do whenever we can. Once we have a
We're in
program
no time
together,
frame here.
yeah, once we
Yeah,
have
we're
a
in no time.
program, once we have
Yeah.
something to try, we'll something to test on some people. Then the next step is
Yeah.
finding some people to test.
Yeah.
Let's create the program, the test pilot program, and let's do some ads and throw it out there to get some people to
Hmm.
come give us a case study. Let us know how this goes.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds like a plan. I like it.
Awesome.
It was good to see ya.
It was good seeing you too.
Yeah.
You stay out
All
of
right.
trouble.
Well, I know, right? You too.
Good luck getting those meds. Let me know how that goes.
Oh, I'm ready, man. Damn it. If I have to stay sober for any longer, I'm gonna fucking ugh. I'll do what it takes, but God, it's driving me nuts.
Have a good weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
All right.
We'll see you in 2 weeks.
I'll see you.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, did anybody watch the ceremony last night? Like, Charlize Theron was absolutely magnificent. She is such fucking, like, that's a woman. Mhm. Thank you for calling Wegman Company Service Desk. For HR, press 1. For maintenance, press 2. For IT or support with matters, press 3. Thank you for calling Wegman Company Service Desk. Thank you for calling the Cincy PCS. Thank you for calling Wegman Company Service Desk. For HR, press 1. For maintenance, press 2. For IT matters, press 3. Thank you for calling Wegman Company Service Desk. For HR, press 1. For maintenance, press 2. For IT matters, press 3.
Thank you for calling Wegman Company. Our offices are currently closed. Our normal Thank you for calling Wegman Company.
Press 1. For maintenance, press 2. For IT matters, press 3. You reached the voicemail.
Thank you for calling Wegman Company. Our offices are currently closed. Our normal hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you know your party's extension, you might dial it at any time. If you would like to use our name directory, please press 1. For shipping and receiving department,
Thank you for calling Wegman Company Service Desk. For HR, press 1. For maintenance, press 2. For IT matters, press 3.
You can't. You can't. You can't fuck with this shit, yo. Yeah. Creepy.
Prediction markets like Kalshi and Polymarket, they're spreading fake and misleading news, potentially impacting betting markets and also raising serious concerns about American democracy. Because if you're not familiar, prediction markets, they allow people to bet on the outcome of news events. So we're talking about everything from election results to sports to when Jesus will come back and exactly how long Caroline Levitt's press conference will last. These markets specifically, Kalshi and Polymarket, they exploded over the last year or so, gaining widespread mainstream popularity, and they're handling billions of dollars in weekly trading. And a part of that enormous success is because these platforms marketed themselves as legitimate, responsible financial institutions and truth machines driven by hard data, where they claim that they cut through the noise of the news, providing more accurate information about the state of the world, estimations of future events, because their data is what ordinary people think will happen. And specifically, you have supporters arguing that the pooled wisdom of the people is a more reliable source for forecasting than traditional media, polling, commentators, and experts, which carry their own biases. They also say that people who bet money are incentivized to filter out emotional bias and look for objective data because they have skin in the game, and so the financial stakes here, they add a level of accountability that those other sources lack. But then you also have many critics sitting back arguing that there is no reason to think that these metrics are a better predictor of the future, saying one, the platforms represent a very small subset of the public, people who are willing and wealthy enough to place bets. Also, research has shown that these sites are dominated by young men who have higher risk appetites and gambling. And as places like Better Markets explains, the data from these platforms don't offer any kind of ultimate truth because absent inside information, the users on these sites are no more likely to know whether a candidate will win an election or a team will win a game than anyone else. But unless people using these markets are insider trading, which is a very real concern, but that's also a separate deep dive, but they don't have any special knowledge otherwise. So separate from the concern of insider trading, we're talking about people that are making bets off of their own information, which they presumably got from the same experts, commentators, and outlets that prediction market supporters claim are biased. Then also beyond that, these markets are incredibly susceptible to manipulation. A well-funded person or group, they can easily make a bet so big that it skews the odds of a prediction market. Then they can turn that around and try to use that shit to prove that the event they bet on is becoming much more likely. The implications there, they're alarming for a number of reasons, but they become especially alarming when it comes to elections. Say, for example, a bad actor places a huge bet in an election that artificially sways the odds to make it look like a certain candidate has increased support or is more likely to win than their opponent. If we all of a sudden take that as a real indication of who's going to win an election, which these markets say we should, it creates a bandwagon effect. Very quickly, you have even legacy media outlets reporting about the spike, which gives it even more credibility and creates momentum for that candidate, which then gives them a higher profile and attracts more supporters. And then all of that manipulation, it can prompt donors to flock to a candidate or pull funds from someone, and it further advances different campaigns. And then some voters deciding to vote a certain way because all of a sudden they want monetary gain, and others maybe actually just not even voting because it looks like the election's a foregone conclusion. But it can basically create a self-fulfilling prophecy where a candidate can win an election just because one person bet so big on their victory that it skewed the odds. So more and more, it looks like these are incredibly powerful tools for political influence. And that's especially true because you have experts also saying that the very structure of these markets actively incentivizes the spread of misinformation. For one, they give people a motive to spread unverified claims so that they can manipulate the odds and direct profit from how the markets react to their manipulation. For things like shorting a market and spreading negative rumors to drive prices down. And that same logic can be applied to political interference. A bad actor, either domestic or foreign, could similarly profit from spreading misinformation by betting against a candidate and then attacking them with deep fakes or fake news bots to crash their market up. That becomes especially alarming given the fact that Kalshi and Polymarket have both actively been caught spreading false claims that can influence their own markets on numerous occasions. Right, despite their claim that prediction markets are more reliable than news media, both platforms have increasingly been wading into the news waters using their social media accounts to pump out tons of content, effectively becoming viral news sources with posts that spread faster and further than verified reporting. And I mean, these accounts have been accused of prioritizing engagement over factual accuracy. Right, so you had a recent Axios report noting these platforms design content that sparks outrage, big reactions, and rapid sharing, even if that content turns out to be false or misleading. So you have things like a few weeks ago, Polymarket randomly claimed on X that Jeff Bezos told aspiring Gen Z entrepreneurs to start at real-world jobs like McDonald's and Palantir before starting a business. A post, by the way, that is still up, even though it received a negative note after Bezos issued a statement rejecting the advice and accusing Polymarket of just making quote up. Polymarket's Twitter account also posted and then deleted a false claim that Trump had deported so many people from Minnesota that the state was going to lose a congressional seat after the census. The account also incorrectly reported that Iran's regime had lost control of Tehran during a nationwide communications blackout, which was a time when independent reporting on the protests was essentially impossible. And I mean, also, amid the chaos over Trump's Greenland threats, Kalshi falsely claimed that the US and Denmark were in technical talks to buy the island. Right, and these platforms, they've also made the fake news problem even worse by giving affiliate badges to influencers who spread false or satirical news. And again, these are just some of the examples. We've also seen Polymarket repeatedly targeting big MAGA ops like Zoran Mamdani and Representative Ilhan Omar with what Axios described as false, misleading, or trollish claims. And that's also a very big thing because both of these platforms have deep ties to Trump. Donald Trump Jr. is a paid investor to Kalshi as well as an investor in and an unpaid advisor to Polymarket. Now that said, there is not any direct evidence right now that Polymarket or Kalshi is intentionally spreading false information to benefit certain bettors, but we are also talking about a whole market with almost zero oversight, regulation, and transparency. And separate from that, the fact that these platforms have repeatedly spread misinformation and kept so much of it up, it also shows that they are okay with fostering an environment where false information flourish. And again, that's even when misinformation influences prediction markets that these platforms claim are sources of the ultimate truth.
Well, that doesn't really help. Alright. No, that's not right.
Thank you for calling Wegman Company Service Desk. For HR, press 1.
Record your message and press pound, or press star to contact the operator.
This is a test. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3 to see if transcription is happening. Ooh. This is a test. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3 to see if transcription is happening.
Magenhart leads over Austria's Jonas Müller and Dominic Fischnaller for the US Sliders. Johnny Gustafsson 11th and Matt Slater 15th. So, one run complete of the 4 runs in the men's singles format over 2 days. Run 2 coming up in just a moment. If you want to see that 4th and final run, it must be in the top 20. Nothing like sliding at home. Nothing like competing for your country at the Olympic Games when you are the host nation, and that is the case for Dominic Fischnaller, the 32-year-old.
No problem to start with Fischnaller. He's coming down here, just needs to stay relaxed, get those first run jitters out, and just let his body do what it knows how to do.
Last year, he married slider Emily Sweeney. She's chipping which is now he is on to a second run.
He just had the smoothest top 4 curves that I've seen yet today. He just has to carry that through and then let the sled run. Letting the sled run means not doing too many corrections or drives, just gaining momentum and gaining speed all the way to the bottom of these big curves.
Center of the track in the tricky section.
This is
Thank you for calling Wegman Company Service.
Sets the pace on this second run.
Record your message and press pound or press star to contact the operator.
Test 1, 2, 3. We're testing transcription. 1, 2, 3.
It's young slide.
right here. As he goes into this corner, you can see him press his head back. The sled's not going high, low, high. It's just staying in a nice, even line. That's what we want to see. If you look close, no ice is flying up off of those steel runners, which means it's not cutting ice. Beautiful.
Test 1, 2, 3. We're testing.
Oh man, set and reset. The server to take it.
Solid play.
It did, and I think Johnny's in a good place, really close to that right wall, but holy cow, he kept his composure.
Well, that's trying to.
Right here, really important to not go too early there to curve 3. It's all right. Now it's just keeping the height in control of it. A little bit of a flop off curve 3 and too early there, or curve 4. Still a little sloppy.
This guy is capable of top 5. He did it. Off time ice. And finds it. There's support for Johnny, but there's some frustration inside the slider.
Yeah, you can see it right there. He shakes his head. Not what he was looking for right here. Too much pressure to the right. So many times. Sometimes the grooves at the start push out in one direction or the other. Correcting a lot here to make sure he doesn't go too late. He's going to be disappointed.
So, next time, bring your visa. Because you shouldn't have to learn the hard way. That milk is more safe. Car accepted at the Epic Games.
Polo Ralph Lauren, official outfit of Team USA. The tests. Found in that uniform.
You don't want to.
This is yes.
This is what Legends runs.
Polo Ralph Lauren, official outfit of Team USA.
Wow.
Just can't hold them someone passing through.
Race didn't start out great. They just started. Here's to getting yours.
That's all. Home and auto insurance.
Okay.
Yes. Sacrifice. Now you don't have to sacrifice great coverage to save on insurance. You bundle home and auto with Progressive. This is 28-year-old Jonas Mueller of Austria. And expect to see this guy challenging for an Olympic medal this time tomorrow. He was the world champion just 3 years ago, and he's one of the 2 sliders to win the men's singles world competition.
Yeah, you'll always start just at the same. Right now, it's important. He doesn't have any mistakes here that would take all that advantage away, and he makes it through smooth.
Thank you for calling Wegman Company Service Desk. For HR, press 1. For me,
With no mistakes.
Record your message and press pound, or press star to contact the operator.
This is Joseph Sunderman calling in. I got the runs, my poop, and pooping everywhere.
Push back to second. Austria are on top. The leader after the first run. Germany's next.
This is Joseph Sunderman calling in. I got the runs, my poop, I'm pooping everywhere.
This is Joseph Sunderman calling in. I got the run, the poop, and pooping everywhere.
Yeah. Transcribe that motherfucker.
Let's challenge some of the biggest names in the sport here on day one. Since break- Right to these games, it was this guy here who said the Austrians are well, it's Austrians.
He's really cleaning up the bottom has been spot on.
but he sure does want to win one now.
Let's see here again. The start is really challenging. Right there, you see his whole sled kind of to the right there as he grabs the handles to get in. He recovered well though, and you can tell he was just pressing the whole way down. Right there, actually, a pretty big skid. He was playing with fire that whole run. Sometimes that pays off, and it did for him there.
This is Team USA's Matt Graham.
Otherwise, he did have a hard time in that first run to back here. Gained a few spots, so it was a little rough. Right there, it did not fall.
22-year-old sitting in time, making his way down the line.
Beautiful. Right here in front.
Will lose substantial time getting those at two. It's going so well. Second of 4 runs complete here in men's singles luge competition, and Max Langenhahn, he's wearing the number 1 bib. Was first up to run 1 and 2 over Austria's Mueller. And home nation's Dominic Fischnaller. For the Americans, Johnny Gustafson is 11th and Matt Greiner in 17th. Great first day here in the House of Speed.
You can see the entire first and second runs of the men's luge later tonight here on USA Network. The final 2 runs are tomorrow, also here on USA Network. That begins at 11 a.m. Eastern. Time now to shift our focus to women's hockey and take a look back 4 years ago. A look back at gold medal moment when Canada beat the United States 3-2. This was Canada's 5th gold medal in women's hockey in the last 6 Winter Olympics, and also avenged Canada's loss to the U.S. in the 2018 gold medal game. Few nations have dominated an Olympic sport like Canada has dominated women's hockey. That is true, but the United States is no slouch either. Those 2 countries, think about this, have combined to win all 7 Olympic gold medals in women's hockey. Only once has an Olympic final not been U.S. versus Canada. The Americans lost to Sweden in the semifinals and earned bronze back in 2006 when the Winter Olympics were last held in Italy. That was, of course, in Torino. Back to these Winter Games. Canada's game Thursday was postponed. That was because of a norovirus outbreak in Team Finland. The Canadians now face a Switzerland team, which has also been impacted by that virus. The Swiss have been in isolation after one of its players tested positive yesterday. Let's go now live to Milano Row for Canada versus Switzerland in women's hockey. Kenny Albert and AJ Malesko are there with the call to get you set for all the action. Aspect of this sport. He was just born to jump, born to rotate, and born to move the shit across the ice.
That was absolutely super thorough skate. The lift he gets into his jump. This emotion is something that you never see from Michiko Kagiyama. No, you never see this. In backstage, there's no doubt. Certainly going to hear short program that we certainly will. But let's take a look at some replays in these jumps. It's the quadra. Watch the deep knee bend, the way he springs and lifts all the way through that straight leg to lift as high as he can into the jump. He bounces, beautiful bend in between those two jumps, keeping his shoulders nice and checked with the presentation at the end. Again, it's not just what you do, it's how you do it.
And here's a look at that quad, Sal. The way he moves through the air, it is so textbook perfect. Over 15 points in grade of execution. He is a GOE king. And then just look how he grabs the ice, the quality, what his blade is doing with the ice, moving, and he's ripping inside, outside edge. You have an outside edge, you have an inside edge, you have a flat edge. You never want to be on a flat edge. You would not be caught on a flat edge ever.
That's what, that excitement at the end, that celebration at the end is the top in terms of win. Just don't see that. So, top two teams, Japan and the U.S. The U.S. coming into this men's short program with a 2-point lead. So, if it is that shootout, they are the top two. Takayama and Malin, it would either be a 3-point U.S. lead or just a 1-point U.S. lead. Looking for things on the ice, making sure. Right into this program.
And also waiting to hear you the score.
I think it's exciting. Personal best. Yuma Kagiyama, sensational here with one stroke to go.
Last competitor representing the United States of America.
First trip to yes, soaking in every second of this experience at the Olympics, through his practices, through warm-ups, and just being around other athletes, but now the pressure every second of the way as well.
Short program is all about fighting through obstacles. Certainly the most iconic game, figure skating. Triple axle, it was known as the quad gun because of this quad axle.
I was thought for a second, Johnny. He was going for the quad axle. In the second half, 10% bonus, the second best in the whole quad there is quadlets in combination. Look at this. going to take down this short program.
Yuma has the artistic advantage. Ilya the technical advantage. He's the they have to think that Nakayama just won that 10 points for TJ. Ilya skated a tremendous game there. It's a pressure. It's close. It is human. But I think I admire what Ilya just did so much because he has the pressure of the entire world. Anyone else in this competition for the net, just kind of flying under the radar. And he just skated a very quick short program.
Think about adding the quad axle. There's so much talk about the quad axle. Nobody's ever done whatever into that program.
I think most definitely now Ilya is going to add that quad axle in, not to take any chances. Let's take a look here. He opened with the quad flip. This was the only jump out of the three where he didn't get a deduction. To my eye, that even looked, Johnny, like a little bit of a quarter. He looked a little tight, but look here on the quadlets. You will see the landing of the quadlets not fully rotated. So watch where his blade hits it. Again, just vaults into the air so beautifully. Look at that position. But just a little, ever so slightly short of rotation. It's like leaving a little piece of a sliver of pie in your dish. And that really will take a dig out of your score. And then he lost some points on the triple axel. So a few technical mistakes that's keeping him behind Yuba.
Competitions in a row. He's since 2023 Grand Prix France. Now this is the short program. We told you he did lose the short program recently at the Grand Prix final. It was Yuma Kakiyama. Yes.
If there is anyone at this Olympic Games that will put a number on it is Yuba.
Only 3 jumps in the short program, 7 jumping passes in the free. That's where Ilya really has the advantage over Yuma, but in the short, it's so close between the two of them.
Okay. But just think of the pressure that is on Ilya. He is the quad god. He wears the crown of impossible and has to live up to that.
The numbers now, he needs 108.68 to lead. So below 100. This is listen to the numbers. This is an upset.
This is definitely an upset, especially where, how many days out from the individual event, where Ilya is planning on taking home that gold medal, but Yuma's going to put up a fight.
But now the moment is, does Team USA ask Ilya to skate the free skate to bring back that advantage and for sure win the free skate? Or does he rest up until the competition? We don't even know that yet. They'll announce it before the free skate.
That will be his choice.
I think he'll have a say in it. If it was me, I would want to get back out there.
But he was excellent. He just wasn't what we have seen at times. And the quad axle, the absence of that tonight. So it is a 1-point lead for the U.S. And they're already top 5. So it's the U.S., Japan, Italy, Canada, and Georgia. So it's Canada in 4th. And that race, France falling just shy of the top 5 to advance. Really interesting stuff tonight to close out this opening round, if you will. Looking ahead to the free skates. Yeah, that was the reaction. Yuma Kakiyama's gotten close to the top step of the podium at the Olympics. This man experiencing the Olympics for the first time. Remember, just setting up chalk and Bates, the 3-time world champs, as we look ahead to the next round here at the team event.
Thank you, guys. Back in the studio with the 1984 Olympic gold medalist Scott Hamilton, who's slightly in shock, because I think when you looked at Ilya's face, he was in shock. And you said, as we saw his face when that score came in, Scott, you said,
He's not used to that.
He's not used to that at all. And I'm going to give it to Yuma Kageyama tonight. I have never seen him perform a short program that cleanly, with that much personality, and everything from start to end was just absolutely magnificent. If anyone's a rival to Ilya Malinin, it's Yuma, and you can just see his jumping quality is just perfect. And everything about this combination is just lights out, gorgeous, perfect. Ilya was not on his game tonight.
Do you think there's anything in the case that these skaters behind Ilya feel like at times they're skating for silver? Maybe the pressure isn't on them as much?
I would think so, but Yuma has Olympic,
Sure.
I mean, he's got all that experience, and Ilya, this is his first Olympics, and even though, just talking with him, he looks at this as a world championship, as a Grand Prix final, same guys, same ice, same program, same everything. There's something about those rings on the wall that just tighten you up a little bit, especially coming out after a 108. When you come out after a 108, I gotta point my toe perfectly on everything's gotta be just so. And, when the triple axle was a little, that was one, and then the combination, was called short of rotation on the quad lats. But again, a little tight, maybe a little bit, just sort of out of its comfort zone. Maybe, again, Olympic ice, first skate. But I was proud of him. I thought he hung in there. I thought he did a good job. It's just, Yuma was just off the charts tonight. I've never seen him skate that well with that much personality.
I want to talk about that triple axel that you highlighted while we were watching it here together, and you said, oof.
Yeah.
Does that then affect his confidence immediately? Could it have done?
No, what it does is it puts pressure on every other element after that. And he still has combination coming up. So when the triple axel happens, he steps into it, it's great. Like, this is the opening quad flip, which was absolutely textbook, perfect, gorgeous, awesome, which is typical Ilya. Again, it comes down a little bit of a hook on the landing, which normally he's absolutely backwards. So it might have been he was protecting elements tonight, just seeing the 108. But this right here, you can see on the way down, Tara described it perfectly. Watch the hook on the landing right there, a little short. It got called short, and then the triple toe was backwards just fine. You can see the blade is absolutely backwards. But those little things cost. You want to be getting bonus points for all those elements. You don't want it to be negative in any way, shape, or form, because anytime you get a negative GOP, you're kind of giving stuff back to the field. And the way Yuma skated tonight, he couldn't afford to do anything wrong, and I think he knew that.
So how did the United States get this back in their control?
Well, I mean, it comes down to when we're supposed to win, and Japan right now has got a little bit of a momentum advantage going here, but it'll be interesting to see after the dance tonight. Again, the United States will go up by many points. It'll come down to the pairs. It'll come down to who skates the long. And
Johnny was saying, do you think he will skate the long now?
Well, I think, Ilya, he got mad at Grand Prix final when he was starting short. So if he gets mad again, you could see 7
You know him. Did he look mad there?
I think he looked a little bit in shock, but at the same time, I think he also looked like, all right, no problem. I got this. It's one out of the gate. We're good to go. Next is next. And knowing his confidence and knowing his training and knowing his quality, he has a lot to rest on with that.
All right, plenty to play for, Scott. Thank you so much for now. When we come back, faster, higher, stronger. This stuff on the higher, and these guys get up there in the big air. Final in men's snowboarding, and it's right after this. We continue from here in a minute.
Somewhere on a stretch of road in a town you never heard of, there's a Chevy truck. The person who drives it, that's a Chevy person. You probably know one. Your buddy. Your sister. The ones who always show up.
Yep, let's go.
They don't need permission to get going. They're the first to rise, the last to leave. They all have that little extra. Something. And maybe you got it too.
Introducing Tylenol Extra Strength Liquid Gels. The #1 doctor-recommended pain relief brand is now at the speed of liquid. Because when pain strikes, care can't wait.
Just
justice system. The people are represented by two separate entities. The police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders. These are their stories.
If you just tried to cancer, you should know.
So,
Nearly 3 cancer specialists, each focused on a single kind of cancer. There's no better team in the nation to create a cancer-free world. Cancer.
Thank you for calling Wegman
For some,
Company
it's one of
Service
life's
Desk.
fiercest foes. But James.
Record your message and press pound or press star to contact the operator.
Access to the most
this is Joseph Sunderman, and I'm calling in because I do not feel well. Testing 1, 2, 3.
As the old saying goes, size matters. At Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers, but at the core, this is a family business.
Our family, watching out for your family. Morgan and Morgan.
For the people and your family. I'm Nick, and I'm Nate, Cincinnati's local twin brothers. At CBC Hobart, we're the easiest way to set up and let you pick both days. Hobart, no prepared, no fees, foreclosures, back taxes, vacant or inherited houses, we can help you. So give Nick and me a call today. Put our experience to work for you. Call 513-513-HOME.
There's a new kind of bad acting coming to your phone.
Scammers using NFL players and alien.
Oh, look, only pay for what you need.
We go out to qualifying for the men's slope style and freestyle skiing, some 87 miles northeast of Milan. Lefino Snow Park. Todd Harris, Tom Walsh, and Tina Dixon have the call.
It's a picture-perfect day for flying in Lavinia. This is men's slopestyle qualifiers. And for Team USA, it's been a dozen years since the sport was introduced to the Olympics, the same games in which the American men swept the podium in Sochi. Today, defending Olympic gold medalist Alex Hall from Park City, Utah, and Fairfield, Connecticut's Matt Forehand look to continue American dominance in this discipline. The format is simple. 2 runs, only your best one counts. The top 12 make the final coming up on Tuesday, February 10th. And Tom Walsh, what is the exact recipe for a 20 run?
Yeah, that recipe is a full ensemble, top to bottom, 3 rail sections, 3 jump sections. Athletes need to do technical tricks throughout the entire run, and it's all your best one run of 2. So you got 2 chances to put a full, complete package together and walk away in the top 12 to move on to the final. As we take a look up at the course, it is a thing of beauty, Tom. You talked to a lot of the athletes here on site. They are very thrilled with this. Yeah, this course is one of a kind. Some very charged rail features up top and 3 picture-perfect jumps down below for some of the biggest spins we'll see in sprints. Kicking things off will be Norwegian legend Berg. From Beijing in big air. Now you need to remember, any athlete that's in slopestyle has already qualified for the big air as well. So the 25-year-old from Oslo, Norway, making his second Olympic appearance, will kick things off. And this guy's got so much talent. When you look at someone like Berg Tom, it's hard to say, oh, he's better at slope or he's better at big air. Because obviously he's fantastic at big air as the reigning Olympic gold medalist. He is just amazing on skis at all elements of it. And starts things off so difficult to be the first rider to drop. The judges not sure what to expect. But Berg Ruud making light work of this top rail section. So smooth, so many rotations. Very, very technical and ready for the Norwegian. There's the big flip bio E10. So basically a full 900 in that misty rotation. And right up the back, work, beginning, spinning, switch right side 1440. There to the left with the 1620. Already some massive rotations. One final jump. Effortless.
So during the course of this qualifier, numbers in. But he's 1620. That's 4.5 full rotations. And the Norwegian, he is just
Wow, crushing it. I mean, an incredible first run. The judging is so hard when you're the first to go. But to me, this is an incredible run, a huge score, and I would assume this would be a qualifying right out of the gate. Look at these rails. Watch that spin and then totally blind onto the next rail. With the rails itself, if you're watching,
Thank you for calling Wegman Company.
the judges want to see you spinning in different directions, grinding the whole
Record your message and press pound or press star to contact the operator.
This is Joseph testing 1, 2, 3.
Differentiates freestyle from freestyle is these grabs. And watch this, the tail grab on that switch 1620, 4.5 spins, and he grabs the tail of his ski almost the entire time. I mean, this was an unbelievable first run out of the gate. He might have been the first to go, but that's definitely the top score, and it might stay that way for a while.
For you, what was the most sizzle? Was it the jump to the sweater?
I think it's the sweater. I mean, he's looking good. Ready for a cocktail after this qualifying.
My grandmother would be so much prouder of me. I can translate that out of Norwegian, but I got no shot. So we're waiting for the score from Bert Root to drop. The number one competitor to drop into the still. Remember, it's 2 runs only. Your best score counts. Top 12 moving on to the final 87 for Bert Root. So that is where the bar is set. Look up from the rail section, and you will see Andre Rigetler, 27 years of age from Switzerland. It's his third Olympic appearance. He's a 2021 slopestyle world champion. He has gained a massive following online with his parkour videos. If you haven't seen him before, check him out. He's amazing. Now he's here in Lavinia.
That first rail trick spinning off to the left and then off to the right. That's what we call the pretzel in our sport. When you spin off one direction, grip with your skis and spin out the other. There's another version of that in the opposite direction. So already some great mirroring of those rotations, showing the judges that he can spin in both directions with equal.
Besides, worth noting, speed is not a factor or a scoring feature in slopestyle.
No, it does not matter how long it takes you to get down this course. It's all about the composition of the tricks and how difficult the tricks are you're doing down the run.
Third and final jump. So the man that finishes 4th place in Beijing, missing out on a medal in slopestyle, is on the road to redemption here in run number 1. A nice start.
As well. I have a feeling the field is all going to be bringing the heat today. The course is running perfectly. The weather here in Lavinia today could not be better. Perfect sun, no wind, and an amazing course. Andre, another rider to make that look easy. And here's that section number 2, which actually is 2 rail pads connected into one rail section, judged as one specific section, but you have to do 2 different rail tricks in that quick combination, sort of an up and down kind of feature. As we look at the jumps, these are where the grabs, the slow-mo, for those watching at home, just see how long each rider holds the grabs. The longer they hold the grab on these big rotations, the higher the score, because that shows more composure, more perfection of that trick to be able to get the grab quickly and hold it through.
So Switzerland's Rick Getley looking for something big here. We'll see exactly what he drops, a 75, so a nice starting point for him with 1 more run to go. The pride of Auckland, New Zealand, 24-year-old Ben Barkley, his 2nd Olympic appearance. He finished 10th in the slopestyle competition back in the Beijing Games. Now, he was introduced to skiing in an indoor snow dome in Auckland called Snow Planet. And from indoor Snow Planet to the slopes of Lavinia.
All the New Zealand riders have been really coming on strong these last few years. Great training facilities down there in their winter, and then a lot of them spending all of North American winter in the States or in Europe. So these are 12 months of the year on snow type athletes, and it shows just in their ability to look so comfortable on these big tricks.
24-year-old and chasing the winner all year round. Began training on Mount Lavinia
a volcano that has a ski field in the middle of the North Island. Finishes off with the right side 16. So another rider 16, 20, 14, 16, 20. It's so many rotations. He's doing the 16s, which are 4.5 rotations, one to the left and one to the right. And it's also cliche to say, but it's like throwing a baseball with different hands, brushing your teeth with it. This is the opposite way of doing it. So any of these riders you see, you're going to see a lot of left and right spinning, and that's essential to a good score, but also just so difficult to spin in your unnatural direction and make it look that effortless. And landing switch on these massive kickers, I mean, you're basically landing blind, correct? Correct. And, well, to anybody that's just a recreational skier, going backwards might seem crazy. A lot of these tricks are easier when you're taking off backwards or switch, and easier to land. Sometimes the impact is different. It's easier to land the way the knees bend. Forward and switch are necessary in the run, but to me, to these riders at this elite level, it's not much different in difficulty. Berkrug has the top score so far at 81.75. He laced that on the first run of competition. As we now wait for the scoring drop from Ed Barclay. Remember, it's the top 12 that move on to the final Tuesday on the 10th of February. They're going to come in currently in third is 73.36. Matej Savantser originally comes to us by way of Czechia or the Czech Republic, now representing Austria. And on a vacation in Austria so often they decided to move there. And this is one of those guys, Tom, when you see him not just free riding, he does some crazy stuff.
Thank you for calling Wegman Company Service.
A lot of really cool flair that he adds to the trip.
Record your message and press pound, or press star to contact the operator.
Testing email transcription to text message for call-in line to notify the admin team that deals with call-ins.
It's intentional, already grabbing the ski on that rail. That's how cool it is. And there is that swish double where he reverts mid-air, sort of a pullback or a pretzel with the body in the air, and the switch triple cork 1440 to finish. Only one slight bobble on one of those rails. We maybe came off a shy early, and that would be the only miscue. All right, so the range right now is at 81.75. Top score 73.3 for the bottom right now. Where do you put it? You know, I put that not near the top, but right in that mid-range of a full run. So we can look at our first American to drop in here in the slopestyle final. He is 24-year-old Mac Forehand from Fairfield, Connecticut, in his second Olympic appearance. As we check in with Tina Dixon.
And Mac Forehand has been on ski since he was a very young age, but there's not always snow or mountains, so he had to get creative. In fact, would build his own slopestyle course in the backyard. His own relative has been progressing since then. Now uses airbags and continues to train all season long. But for Mac, like so many kids, that dream of the Olympics has begun in the backyard.
Tom and I can totally relate to that because I think my boys have destroyed my backyard many winters with PVC pipe and wood rails just trying to get to this point. And Mac Forehand, living the dream. Yeah, from the beginning, that rail that falls over on you in the backyard to the top of the Olympic slopestyle course. His parents are in attendance. His mom, Anne Marie, his dad, Ray. But he credits his older sister, Savannah, with inspiring him to start freestyle skiing. Originally, he was going into the moguls. When he was 6 by 13, he'd given up moguls entirely, transitioned to slopestyle. I like that. Savannah's got a temporary tattoo of Mac's face on her cheek. I'm glad you mentioned it's temporary. At least I hope so. Well, he's a full-time student at the Stratton Mountain School by 14, and competition element is really what won his parents over, who initially thought freestyle skiers, their words, not mine, Tom, a bunch of degenerates. And look at him now. His degenerate son is now in the running for a possible gold medal here in Liberia. What makes Mac special? Why is he burst on the scene? Why is he such a hot commodity right now? If you ever visit one of the resorts he's training at, it's just his pure love of the sport and ability to ride so often. I'll be at Park City skiing alongside him, and I'll leave to go home because he's going to ski 4 more hours and I'm exhausted. He loves it with all of his heart and soul, and it's those reps, those 10,000 hours that have built such a perfect athlete out of him. I want to remind you that Mateus Sabanto, we just saw previously, he scored, came in as a 64-1-3. So the mark to beat right now is an 81.75. Just one run to qualify in the top 12. A little ball there right out of the gate for Mac. Very tough, because I've seen him really nail that trick so many times in practice, over and over again, with that switch 450, trying to go to switch and landing forward. Is he fuming right now? I think he's fuming right now. I'm sure he's focused and still going to put these jumps down, but that was so uncharacteristic for Lance. I've seen all practice. And I think he kind of knows it.
Please leave the reason why you're calling in, where you were supposed to report to, and who you report to, along with your name and best number to reach you. Thank you.
Please leave the reason why you're calling in, to report to, and who you report to, along with your name and best number to reach you. Thank you. For IT matters, press 3.
Record your message and press pound. Or
Thank you for calling Wegman Company Service Desk. For H. Please leave the reason why you're calling in, where you were supposed to report to, and who you report to, along with your name and best number to reach you. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, and 3. 521 on the money. Less than 2 minutes. Yeah, dude, that was like 1 minute. That was perfect. No transcription. Ooh, the transcription's not consistent.
Thank you for calling Wegman Company Service. Please leave the reason why you're calling in, where you were supposed to report to, and who you report to, along with your name and best number to reach you. Thank you.
This is Joseph Sunderman leaving another voicemail to test transcription. We're getting inconsistencies, and I just want to be able to find out what the hell's causing that.
Thank you for calling Wegman Company Service.
This is Joseph. I'm a genius. Their service desk is set up. It's done. So what I essentially just created was the standard call-in line. They have a few phone numbers. We're taking this 0740. And when people call it, yeah, there's that message. Let's see if we got transcription. This is just Sermon leaving another voicemail to test transcription. We're getting inconsistencies, and I just want to be able to find out what the hell is causing that. All right. I'm peacing out. Y'all keep it heavy. Keep it real. Till next time. Peace.